Hey, what time is it?
It's Podblast time! And Superman the movie 45th anniversary trivia time, everybody! That's right. It's Podblast time. How are you? How are you? How are you doing? Happy to have you with us. This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Do you remember the Milton Bradley board game Life? I was more of a Monopoly man myself, but right now we are reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is your nostalgia show with a bite. Because it bites. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. Clearly no relation to Chance the Rapper, anyone who's watching on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook Live. If you're listening at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta or Apple or Google, I would encourage you to go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, and you'll find this show. Just look for the thumbnail of Christopher Reeve as Superman with the words 3-hour-long TV version. Oh man, we've got a good one for you today! As Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud. I have a couple of our regular weekly nostalgia features after a trivia game where I give away great prizes like our nostalgic character actor of the week and some other features. But really, this is Superman the movie trivia quiz time. And as I said, there will be prizes mailed to players just like the last several shows. Everything's been mailed out thus far. People have received their stuff. They're happy with their prizes. And I'll talk about the prizes tonight in just a moment. I'm going to talk about the history of Superman the movie while we wait for people to join who want to play the game. There's going to be 20 questions, 2 rounds of 10 questions each. And then I'm going to have a prize after the trivia game, so stick around. You're going to see some deleted scenes from Superman the movie and all sorts of cool stuff. Some funny stuff, too. I got some funny classic commercials. A lot of you are here that don't really necessarily care about Superman the movie, but you want to laugh, and I've got some comedy for you. I do. And some other things going on. If you want to call in, the number is 770-438-1050, or simply comment here in the live chat. I'll be monitoring it and putting your comments on the screen and all that good stuff. And what you see behind me are several Superman the movie items of my collection, obviously. But the deleted scenes are really cool. I'm not going to play them all. And I have a disclaimer I've got to read in just a second before I get to those clips. Some of the clips will be played while we play the trivia game. When I reveal the answers, you'll see a little piece of a scene that reveals the answer to the trivia question. It's going to be fun. There's one really cool scene with Marlon Brando and Chris Reeve, the only time they interacted together in Superman the movie. And then later we'll talk about the Donner cut of Superman 2, where they had scenes together, shot all at the same time. Marlon Brando worked on Superman the movie for like 16 days at Pinewood Studios in England, and he was paid a buttload of money for those few days of work that we'll talk about later here in the show. Here's the disclaimer. I do not represent Warner Brothers or any of its entities or subsidiaries. This is merely a fan presentation for fellow fans in which I earn no proceeds in any way from this presentation. Although I do have a sponsor, but that has nothing to do with the clips. I do not own any of the movie clips or the John Williams musical cues that will be displayed tonight, obviously, so no rights are given or implied. I encourage all here to purchase the official Warner Brothers releases, as I have, which I'm giving away tonight at no charge to the players. Warner Brothers recently released a beautiful 4K high-definition, newly remastered release of the theatrical version of Superman the movie and Superman 2 and Superman 3 and Superman 4, which I highly recommend. I also recommend this, which I will give away tonight to 2 lucky winners. Warner Brothers in 2017 released a 3-hour and 8-minute version, my favorite version of Superman the movie, on an official Blu Ray release, and it's badass. I'm going to show a few extended scenes from that. I don't want to give them all away in case anyone out there hasn't seen them. And we'll get to the trivia in just a moment. I got to talk about this historic day, the 45th anniversary of the release of Superman the movie in cinemas in the United States of America. So let's get this celebration started. As you saw at the very start of the show, that was an early teaser trailer for the film. The iconic music by John Williams had not been scored yet. Most of the scenes had not been filmed yet. It just announced basically the stars that would be in the film. So Friday, December 15th, 2023 marked the 45th anniversary of the wide release of Superman the movie in cinemas in the USA. And if not for the success of this groundbreaking pre-CGI movie, there likely would not be a Marvel Cinematic Universe. Superman the movie was the prototype of the modern superhero epic. The premiere, and this may come up in the trivia in just a minute, the premiere in the U.S. was on December 10th, 1978 at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. It was released on December 14th, 1978 in the United Kingdom, and then on December 15th, 1978 in the United States. The running time was 143 minutes in the theatrical cut. The budget of the film was $55 million to make, but it earned $300.5 million at the box office. Executive producer Ilya Salkind had the idea of a Superman film way back in 1973. And after a very difficult process with DC Comics, who owned the rights to the character of Superman, the Salkinds bought the rights to the character the following year, in 1974. Now, several directors, most notably Guy Hamilton, who had directed some James Bond movies, like the Roger Moore movie, Man with the Golden Gun, for instance, and several screenwriters were associated with the project before Richard Donner was hired to direct. Now, Richard Donner had just had a big box office hit for 20th Century Fox with The Omen, a really dark thriller. Tom Mankiewicz was hired to rewrite a script and was given a creative consultant's credit. It was decided to film both Superman and its sequel, Superman 2, at the same time, with principal photography beginning in March of 1977 and ending in October of 1978. And tensions arose between Richard Donner and the producers, Ilya and Alexander Salkind, that's a father and son team, and Pierre Spengler, another producer. And a decision was made to stop filming the sequel, Superman 2, which at that time, about 75% of Superman 2 had already been completed. So they said, ditch that, just finish the first effing film, will you? At that point in time, Superman the movie was the most expensive film ever made with that budget of $55 million I mentioned. Its worldwide box office earnings of $300 million made it the second highest grossing release of 1978. It received praise for Christopher Reeve's performance, his dual roles as Clark Kent and the Man of Steel, Kal-El, Superman, and John Williams' triumphant musical score was nominated for Best Musical Original Score, and there also was a nomination for Best Film Editing by Stuart Bard, who went on to direct movies in the Star Trek franchise. It also was nominated for Best Sound at the 51st Annual Academy Awards. I'm going to play a clip of Christopher Reeve with the Jerk, who was the guy that was starring in The Jerk, of course, the great banjo-playing Steve Martin, together. That's a fun clip I'll play with video and sound. It's still good sound if anyone's listening at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta or in my audio platforms. You'll still dig it. I always pick these clips with the listener in mind as well as the viewer. Now, bear with me, folks. I know a lot of people are tuning in that just care about the trivia, and I will put the comments on the screen. I can't see the comments right now. I'm just looking at what I prepared. I'll get with that in just a moment. Almost done with the history of Superman, the movie that I want to cover. Superman the movie was very groundbreaking in its use of special effects. This, of course, was long before computer-generated imagery, otherwise known as CGI. And it was really awesome science fiction and fantasy storytelling. And did you know Mario Puzo helped write the story, who had written The Godfather and Godfather Part 2? An awesome writer. So there were some dark tones in Superman the movie, and some of those dark tones made it into the extended cut, which I'm giving away tonight, that wasn't necessarily in the theatrical cut of the film. We'll talk about that later, and I'll show you later in just a moment. Some of the prizes I'm giving away, I don't think I mentioned that. I'm going to give away some Topps cards and stickers for Series 2 of Superman the movie from 1978, and some of these cards have images from the cutscenes that we're going to show some clips of tonight. Giving away to 2 winners this Blu Ray. It's a combo pack, 2-film collection. It's Superman the movie, the special edition from 1998, which has a couple deleted scenes in it. But most importantly, you get also what you see at the top of this cover of a Blu Ray. This Blu Ray in my hand. It's Superman the movie extended cut, the 3-hour-long TV version. That's the only version I'll ever watch again. And thank goodness Warner Brothers released that in 2017. Nobody saw that coming in the fandom universe of Superman the movie, and it's just freaking awesome. Now, some other notable things about Superman the movie. The Superman the movie's legacy really hit the mainstream in terms of popularity. And in 2017, Superman was selected for preservation by the Library of Congress's National Film Registry. Now, about Marlon Brando, who had the top billing of the film, although to me, Christopher Reeve should have had the top credit. But he had the third credit below Marlon Brando and the great Gene Hackman, who's been retired from acting for quite some time. But in early 1975, Marlon Brando signed a contract to star as Jor-El in both films, Superman 1 and 2, with a salary of $3.7 million, and he got 11.75% of the box office gross profits, totaling $19 million. Now, Marlon Brando horrified the Salkinds by proposing in their first meeting that Jor-El appear as a green suitcase or a bagel with his voice. But Richard Donner used flattery to persuade the actor to portray Jor-El himself with his likeness. Brando hoped to use some of his salary for a proposed 13-part Roots-style miniseries on Native Americans in the U.S. In fact, he insisted on a subplot that featured American Indians, which was in Superman the movie. If you remember in the theatrical cut, Lois Lane is driving with an American Native Indian in a car, interviewing him, talking about the dam and how there's a lack of water, and there's more of that in the 3-hour cut. A lot of that subplot was removed from the theatrical release of Superman the movie. Brando had in his contract to complete all of his scenes in 12 days. He also refused to memorize his dialogue. I'll show you a clip later of behind the scenes of Superman the movie, and he explains in his own words why he does this. He refused to memorize his dialogue, so cue cards were compiled and placed all over the set. Fellow Oscar winner Gene Hackman was cast as Lex Luthor a few days later. The filmmakers made it a priority to shoot all of Marlon Brando's and Hackman's footage for Superman 1 and 2 at the same time because they would be committed to other films almost immediately. So while they were available, they shot all of their scenes for both Superman 1 and Superman 2. And the same for Ned Beatty as Otis, I might add. Though the Salkinds felt that Mario Puzo had written a solid story for the two-part film, Superman 1 and 2, they deemed his scripts as very heavy. And so they hired Robert Benton and David Newman to rewrite some of the story and the screenplay. Benton became so busy directing The Late Show, so David's wife, Leslie Newman, was brought in to help her husband finish writing duties. Their script was submitted in July 1976, and it had kind of a camp tone, including a cameo appearance by Telly Savalas and his Kojak character, who loves you, baby, sucking on a lollipop. And in the scene, Superman thinks he's closing in on Lex Luthor. He sees a bald head from the back, but he scoops him up to find out it's Telly Savalas. That was total crap, and thankfully, that was removed from the screenplay. That's just an example of some of the corny stuff, like Lost in Space on TV in season 2 and season 3 of that show. Just crap. Or like Batman, Adam West Batman. Well, some of the camp works and sometimes it doesn't. And I think for the most part it didn't work in Lost in Space, but I digress. So the scripts for Superman and Superman 2 were now at over 400 pages combined. Pre-production started in Rome, with sets starting construction and flying tests being unsuccessfully experimented. Mark Robson was strongly considered and was in talks to direct the film, but after seeing The Omen, the producers hired Richard Donner. Donner had previously been planning Damien, The Omen Part 2, when he was hired in January 1977 for $1 million to direct Superman the movie and Superman 2. Richard Donner felt it was best to start from scratch. Quote, "They had prepared the picture for a year and not one bit was useful to me," unquote. Donner was dissatisfied with the campy script and brought in Tom Mankiewicz to perform a rewrite. According to Mankiewicz, quote, "Not a word from the Puzo script was used," unquote. And he went on to say it was well written, but still a ridiculous script. It was 550 friggin' pages. He didn't say friggin', I added that. I said, "You can't possibly shoot this screenplay because you'll be shooting for 5 years." Richard Donner continued, quote, "That was literally a shooting script and they planned to shoot all 550 pages. You know, 110 pages is plenty for a script. So even for 2 movies, that was way too much at 550 pages. Let me see. I'm going to get to the game here in just a moment, I promise. So in terms of the casting for Superman the movie, it was initially decided to first sign A-list actors with name recognition to play Superman before Richard Donner was hired as the director. Robert Redford was offered a large sum to play Superman, but Donner felt he was too famous. Burt Reynolds turned down the role, while Sylvester Stallone, yo, Adrian, was interested and met with Richard Donner, but he was more interested, Donner was, in casting an unknown actor. Now, Paul Newman was offered his choice of roles as Superman, Lex Luthor, or Jor-El for $4 million, and he turned down all 3 of those roles. When it was next decided to cast an unknown actor, casting director, the legendary Lynn Stallmaster, first suggested Christopher Reeve from soap operas like Edge of Night. But Richard Donner and the producers felt he was too young and just too skinny. Over 200 unknown actors auditioned to play the Man of Steel. Olympic champion former Bruce Jenner auditioned for the title role. Patrick Wayne, John Wayne's son, was cast but dropped out when his father, John Wayne, was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Now get this, both Neil Diamond and Arnold Schwarzenegger lobbied hard for the role of Superman, but they were ignored. James Caan, James Brolin, Lyle Waggoner from Wonder Woman on TV and Carol Burnett Show, Christopher Walken, Nick Nolte, Jon Voight, the Midnight Cowboy himself, and Perry King were all approached to play Superman. Now, Nick Nolte wanted to play Superman as a schizophrenic. Chris Christopherson and Charles Bronson were also considered for the title role. Warren Beatty was offered the title role but turned it down. He wound up doing Heaven Can Wait, the remake. I love that movie where he's dead and he can see everyone but no one can see him. That was a cool movie. I like the remake better than the original Heaven Can Wait. James Caan said he was offered the part but turned it down because I just couldn't wear the suit. We found guys with fabulous physiques who couldn't act, or wonderful actors who did not look remotely like Superman, creative consultant Tom Mankiewicz remembered. The search became so desperate that producer Ilya Salkind's wife's dentist was screen tested. Can you believe that? One of the producer's wife's dentists was considered for the role. The casting director, Lynn Stallmaster, convinced Richard Donner and Ilya Salkind to have Christopher Reeve screen test in February 1977. Christopher Reeve stunned the director and the producers, but he was told to wear a muscle suit to produce the desired muscular physique. Chris Reeve refused, undertaking a strict physical exercise regimen headed by David Prowse. You know who David Prowse is? He's the guy in the Darth Vader suit in the original trilogy. David Prowse trained Chris Reeve. And did you know that at Juilliard, Christopher Reeve's roommate or flatmate, if you're in England, if you will, was Robin Williams. But I think that's cool that Darth Vader himself pumped up Christopher Reeve. Now, David Prowse had also wanted to play Superman, but he had that accent. You know, that's why James Earl Jones dubbed over his voice in Star Wars. But he was denied an audition by the filmmakers because he was not an American. David Prowse also auditioned to play Non, one of the 3 Kryptonian villains. And Reeve went from 188 pounds to 212 pounds during pre-production and filming. You can see in some scenes he looks thinner and less bulky than in others. It was a long shoot. Christopher Reeve earned only $250,000 for both Superman, the movie, and Superman 2, whilst his veteran co-stars received huge sums of money that we talked about previously. Gene Hackman got $2 million to play Lex Luthor in Superman, the movie, and Superman 2. However, Christopher Reeve felt that, well, Superman brought me many opportunities rather than closing a door in my face. Actor Jeff East portrays teenaged Clark Kent in Superman, the movie, and Jeff East's lines in the theatrical version were dubbed by Chris Reeve in post-production. Jeff East says, "I was not happy about it because the producers never told me what they had in mind. It was done without my permission, but it turned out to be okay. In fact, I thought Jeff East sounded like Christopher Reeve. If you watch the extended version, there's additional scenes that are not dubbed by Chris Reeve, and you can hear Jeff East's real voice." Chris did a good job, but it caused tension between us. We resolved our issues with each other years later, unquote. That's from Jeff East. Jeff East also tore several thigh masters, I almost said. Jeff East also tore several thigh muscles, not thigh masters. Rest in peace, Suzanne Summers. Thigh muscles when performing the stunt of racing alongside a speeding train. He applied 3 to 4 hours of prosthetic makeup daily to facially resemble Christopher Reeve, plus a wig that Jeff East wore. Principal photography of Superman the movie began on March 28, 1977 at Pinewood Studios for the Krypton scenes with Marlon Brando. Budgeted as the most expensive film ever made at that point. Because Superman was being shot simultaneously with Superman 2, filming lasted 19 months until October 1978. Yes, I know I'm repeating myself. but I want to drive home that point. That's a long, long shoot. Filming was originally scheduled to last between 7 and 8 months, but problems arose during the production. John Barry served as the production designer. Derek Meddings did the miniatures, and I tell you, some of the miniatures look really bad. Like there was a scene with a town that looked like a Tinker Toy town during the dam bursting scenes toward the end of Superman the movie. Just my opinion, Derek Meddings is a great artist. Don't misunderstand, but that was one of the, I think, the weakest links of Superman the movie were Derek Meddings miniatures. That's just my opinion. I'm going to self-edit here a little bit of what I prepared because I can see people are probably tuning out. I got to get to the comments in just a second while I play a clip. Let's see here. The Fortress of Solitude set, Superman's home, was constructed at Shepperton Studios and at Pinewood Studios' 007 James Bond stage. Upon viewing the footage of the planet Krypton, Warner Brothers decided to distribute in not only North America but also in foreign countries. Due to complications and problems during filming, Warner Brothers also supplied $20 million in acquired television rights for Superman the movie. New York City doubled for Metropolis, the fictional city in the DC universe, while the New York Daily News building served as the location for the offices of the Daily Planet. Brooklyn Heights was also used. Filming in New York lasted 5 weeks during the time of the Great New York City Blackout of July 1977, and production moved to Alberta, Canada for scenes set in Smallville, with the cemetery scene being filmed in the canyon of Bannon, Alberta. The high school football scenes were filmed at Barron's, Alberta, and the Kent farm constructed at Blackie, Alberta. And brief filming also took place in Gallup, New Mexico, Lake Mead, and the Grand Central Terminal at Grand Central Station in New York City. Director Richard Donner had tensions with the Salkinds and the other producer, Pierre Spengler, Frenchman, concerning the escalating production budget and the shooting schedule. Let me go ahead here and get to the game. I prepared way too much history. And a lot of you already know this. I know there's a lot of super fans in here, fellow super friends and super fans that know all this. I just wanted to provide a good background on Superman the movie since it is the 45th anniversary of the movie. I got some awesome clips coming up. Let's see here. Now get this. This is kind of interesting. Richard Lester was offered a producing credit but refused, going uncredited for his work in Superman the movie. He wound up directing Superman 2, replacing Richard Donner, who was fired because of the escalating tensions, because of the budget and the time being spent to film Superman the movie and Superman 2 at the same time. So the Salkinds felt that bringing a second director onto the set meant that there would be someone ready in the event that Donner could not fulfill his directing duties. They were setting up his exit, in other words. Being there all the time, he, meaning Richard Lester, could take over. The Salkinds admitted Donner couldn't make up his mind on stuff, quote unquote. On Richard Lester, Richard Donner reflected, and Richard Lester directed a lot of the Beatles films, like Hard Day's Night, by the way, and The Three Musketeers. Have you ever heard of the Three Musketeers movies? If you're younger than I, probably not. That was another film series that was filmed at the same time. The first one and second one, The Three Musketeers and its sequel, were filmed at the same time by Richard Lester. But on Richard Lester, Richard Donner reflected, he'd been suing the Salkinds for his money on the Three and Four Musketeers, which he'd never gotten. And he won a lot of his lawsuits, but each time he sued the Salkinds in one country, so they'd move to another country, from Costa Rica to Panama to Switzerland. And when I was hired, Richard Lester told me, don't do it, don't work for them. I was told not to, but I did it. Now I'm telling you not to, but you'll probably do it and end up telling the next guy the same thing. So Richard Lester came in as a go-between. I didn't trust Lester, and I told him so. He said, believe me, I'm only doing it because they're paying me the money they owe me from the other lawsuit. I'll never come onto your set unless you ask me. I'll never go and see your dailies, meaning where you watch the dailies, meaning the shoot from that day. You play it back and watch what was shot that day. If I can help you in any way, call me. So let me skip ahead. It was decided to stop shooting Superman 2, in which 75% was already completed at that point, and focus on finishing Superman the movie. Richard Donner commented, I decided if Superman was a success, they're going to do a sequel. If it ain't a success, a cliffhanger ain't going to bring them to see Superman 2, quote unquote. Now, Jerry Goldsmith, who scored Richard Donner's movie The Omen, was originally set to compose Superman the movie. Portions of Jerry Goldsmith's work from Planet of the Apes were used in Superman's teaser trailer. Actually, it was the finished trailer. That's incorrect. I'm reading off Wikipedia. No, it was the finished trailer, and I'll play that later. I always wondered about that. I thought that was really weird because that's a 20th Century Fox movie, Planet of the Apes is, as was The Omen, but Warner Brothers owned Superman the movie, so I thought that was bizarre. I didn't know till just now that's the reason. Portions of Jerry Goldsmith's work in the music for Planet of the Apes, the first one from 1968, were used in that trailer. But Jerry Goldsmith dropped out over scheduling conflicts at like Star Trek, the motion picture. He's the guy that scored that Star Trek The Next Generation TV theme. It was really the theme for the first movie. So John Williams was hired, who was fresh off of Star Wars and Jaws and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He was really on a roll at that point in 1977 when he was hired to do the music for Superman the movie. John Williams conducted the London Symphony Orchestra to record the soundtrack. The music was one of the last pieces to come into place. And there were a lot of those pieces of music that were muted in the theatrical version of Superman the movie, but they were in the long cut. And they were on the soundtrack record. When I was a kid, I was like thinking to myself when I'd listen to it, wait a minute, I don't remember this music being in the film. What's going on here? Many years later, in 1982, ABC had a 2-night event. We'll talk about it later. Superman the movie for the first time on TV, and it had extended scenes. Remember that? That was kind of a throwback thing. Anyone who's a Gen Xer, where ABC primarily would have longer versions of films like First Blood, starring Sly Stallone, comes to mind. NBC aired King Kong, the 1976 remake, with extended scenes. By the way, they aired it on the first night of the debut of Battlestar Galactica, September 17th, 1978 on ABC. NBC countered that with King Kong with extended scenes. And the guy who played Non was in King Kong 1976. Talking about Jack O'Halloran, who got that role of Non. The mute Kryptonian, big-ass villain with the beard. So, man, that's just one of the best soundtracks of all time. The John Williams score. Let me just see here. I did not know this. The John Williams theme from Superman main title was released as a single, reaching 81st place on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100 charts and 69th place in Cashbox. John Williams liked that the film did not take itself too seriously and that it had a theatrical camp feel to it. Margot Kidder was cast as Lois Lane. I won't bore you with the details of all the other actresses that were screen tested, including, well, I'll mention one who I thought was very gorgeous. Marjorie Lord's daughter, Ann Archer, had tested as Lois Lane, and that's on the DVD release of Superman the Movie Special Edition in the supplemental section. You see, and in the Donner cut, you see some scenes, the Donner cut released by Warner Brothers, official release of Superman 2. Talk about that later. And there were others like Stockard Channing from Grease. She auditioned to play Lois Lane. That's not a good fit. She was perfect in Grease, though. But Margot Kidder was supposed to sing that bit, Can You Read My Mind? The lyrics to which were written by Leslie Bricusse. But Richard Donner disliked it and changed it to a composition accompanied by a voiceover by Margot Kidder. I guess Margot couldn't sing too well. I don't know. I don't know, though. I've not heard her sing before. Maureen McGovern eventually recorded the single Can You Read My Mind in 1979, although the song did not appear on the film soundtrack. It became a mid-chart hit on the Billboard Hot 100 that year at 52nd place, and it spent 3 weeks at number 5 on the U.S. Adult Contemporary chart, as well as making lesser appearances on the corresponding Canadian music charts. It was also a very minor hit on the U.S. country chart, reaching number 93. That's bizarre. I did not know that. Both John Williams and McGovern's singles contained theme music from the score. That wonderful musical score earned John Williams an Academy Award nomination, but he lost to the score for Midnight Express, Giorgio Moroder, who ironically worked on part of the soundtrack of Superman 3, released in 1983. The Superman the movie soundtrack was originally released as a double album set, seen in the background here, 2-record set in December 1978, and the same recording was issued on CD for the first time in 1987, with the tracks Growing Up and Lex Luthor's Lair omitted to fit the recording onto one compact disc. I don't know if you need to know this, but I'll say it anyway. A re-recording of the score by John Williams was conducted by John Debney, and it was performed by the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, released in 1998. And in 2000, an expanded edition of the original score was released by Rhino Records as a 2-CD set right here. I love it. I'm a super geek. I'm a super freak, super geek. I'm super geeky. Yow. Apologies to Rick James and to anyone listening. I can't sing for shit. Family show, sorry. In February 2008, Film Score Monthly released an 8 compact disc boxed set titled Superman the Music, including a newly restored complete score on the first 2 discs, as well as alternates and source cues on disc 8. As part of the film's 40th anniversary in February 2019, La La Land Records released the fully expanded restoration of John Williams' score on a 3 compact disc set. I don't have that on camera, including the previously issued alternates and the source music. Superman the movie was originally scheduled to be released in June of 1978 for the 40th anniversary of Action Comics #1, which was published in 1938, which introduced the character of Kal-El and Superman. But problems during filming pushed the film back by 6 months to be released on December 15th, 1978, in wide release in the United States of America by Warner Brothers Pictures. The editor of Superman the movie, Stuart Byard, B-A-I-R-D, who later went on to direct some of the Star Trek movies, reflected, quote, "Filming was finished in October 1978, and it's a miracle that we had the film released 2 months later. Big budgeted films today tend to take 6 to 8 months to complete." Richard Donner, for his part, wished that he had another 6 months. "I would have perfected a lot of things, but at some point, you gotta turn the picture over," unquote, from Richard Donner. Warner Brothers Pictures spent $6 to $7 million on marketing the film, and Superman premiered at the Uptown Theater in Washington, D.C. on December 10th, 1978. That was a charity event for the Special Olympics. All proceeds went to benefit and support the Special Olympics, which is pretty cool. Richard Donner was there with several cast members in attendance, including Margot Kidder, Chris Reeve, and Gene Hackman, among others. And 3 days later, on December 13th, 1978, it had a European Royal charity premiere at the Empire Theatre in London, in the presence of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Andrew. The film set an all-new, all-time U.S. industry record for business during a pre-Christmas week with $12 million before Christmas, and set new records for Warner Brothers for their best opening day at $2.8 million and a 3-day weekend of $7.5 million. In the week of December 22nd through the 28th, 1978, it set an all-time U.S. weekly record of $18.5 million box office bucks. It also set a record single-day gross for Warner Brothers with a gross of $3.8 million. In its third weekend, it grossed $13.1 million for the four-day holiday weekend, setting a record 18-day gross of $43.7 million. Man, it was a number one position at the box office for months. I remember it was in the theater for months, like a whole year, at least 9 months. I remember being a kid, little kid, and seeing that newspaper ad of, you don't see Superman's head. You just see the Clark Kent, the suit, the tie, opening his shirt to reveal the S. That was an iconic black and white shot used in newspaper promotions. That was long before, of course, the internet. You needed a newspaper to find out at what time the movie you wanted to see was playing and what was playing at your particular cinema or movie theater, respectively. I'm wrapping up on this history of Superman the movie, folks, and we'll get to the clips. I'm sorry. I'm sure people are complaining. I haven't looked at the chat yet. I will in just a second. Including re-releases, Superman the movie went on to gross $134.5 million in the United States and Canada alone, and $166 million internationally, totaling $300.5 million worldwide. And it never really had a proper re-release like George Lucas did with Star Wars, the special editions of the original trilogy in 1997. They did release, in limited release, Superman the movie, the special edition, with a couple deleted scenes restored that we'll talk about later, like one with a really important one with Chris Reeve and Marlon Brando, and one where Superman's powers are tested by Lex Luthor in his lair, known as the Gauntlet scene. Those two scenes were restored. And it was released in certain cities, but not as a wide release, which I thought was a shame. So it didn't have a proper re-release where they could add on to the box office dollars like Lucas has done for years, or Steven Spielberg with E.T. He did that. James Cameron with Avatar. He re-released Avatar in China so he could beat Avengers Endgame's box office. So unfortunately, Superman the movie has not had a proper re-release in movie theaters, unlike those other films I just mentioned. Superman the movie was the highest grossing film of 1978 in North America. And it became the sixth highest grossing film of all time after its theatrical run. Earlier, my notes said it was the second highest grossing film of 1978. That must have been worldwide. But I'm going by my notes here. It's the highest grossing film of 1978, Superman the movie was, in North America. That was the year Animal House was released by Universal. I'm trying to think what else was released in 1978 that did really well. Grease. Oh my gosh. Grease by Paramount Pictures. I got to look that number up. I think Grease gave Superman a run for its money. Big time. But I do think Superman the movie definitely topped it because I don't remember Grease being in theaters as long as Superman the movie. I'm just going by memory here. But Superman the movie became the sixth highest grossing film of all time after its theatrical run, and it was also Warner Brothers' most successful film at the time. And I loved Batman about 11 years later, released in 1989, the original, directed by Tim Burton. That was another good Warner Brothers superhero movie. So briefly, some critical response. Superman received mostly positive reviews from critics. According to Rotten Tomatoes, 94% of 77 critics gave Superman a positive review. I remember a negative one by Gene Shalit of the Today Show on NBC. It's on video on YouTube. I'm not going to play that clip. He was so mean. He goes, "Did they have to have nasty double?" He said, "Did they have to have dirty double meaning dialogue? It was just nasty." Talking about the scene, the interview scene, which was a beautiful scene on the terrace. I think he was referring to Superman saying to Lois, or Lois saying to Superman, "Do you like pink?" "I like pink very much, Lois." "He has a dirty mind." I don't think that's what that meant at all. That's one of my trivia questions coming up, by the way. It pertains to that scene. And we'll get to the 20-question trivia, 4 prizes in just a moment, I promise. Bear with me. I'm almost done talking about the history of Superman the movie. But the critics overwhelmingly gave it a positive review, except for Gene Shalit. His review was terrible. His observations were wrong. He called it the effects. He thought that Krypton looked fake, which I disagree. And I'm sure most of you would disagree with him too. But man, what a jerk he was in that review. I don't need to read all these reviews. The creators of Superman in comic book form, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, gave the movie a positive reaction. And Schuster was, quote, delighted to see Superman on the screen. I got chills. Chris Reeve had just the right touch of humor. He really is Superman, unquote. Roger Ebert, the late, great Roger Ebert, gave the film 4 out of 4 stars. Leonard Maltin gave it a favorable review, going by memory, 3.5 stars out of 4 in his book, which he signed for me one time at a media play event. Big whoop. I should have grabbed that for the camera. Maybe I will during a clip. Although describing the Krypton scenes as ponderous, Brando was allegedly paid $3 million for his role, which was more because of the percentage of profits. We talked about that earlier. Ebert wrote that, quote, Superman is a pure delight, a wondrous combination of all the old-fashioned things we never really get tired of. Adventure and romance, heroes and villains, earth-shaking special effects, and you know what else? Wit. And he praised Christopher Reeve, stating that he, quote, sells the role. Wrong casting here would have sunk everything, unquote. And he concluded that the film, quote, works so well because of his wit and its special effects. Ebert placed the film on his 10 best list of 1978. He would later go on to place it on his great movies list. His partner Gene Siskel of the Chicago Tribune gave the film 3 stars out of 4, calling it a delightful mess. Good performances, sloppy editing. I agree, sloppy editing. Boy, was the editing. Sorry, Stewart. And I think he was Oscar nominated, but oh man, he took out the music, or someone did. I don't know if it was his decision, but they took out scenes they never should have edited out. But getting back to Gene Siskel's review, a delightful mess, good performances, sloppy editing, cheap, non-flying special effects. Bull crap, Gene Siskel. God rest his soul. Funny dialogue. In sum, Superman is the kind of picture critics tear apart, but still say you ought to see it, unquote. James Harwood of Variety called the film, quote, a wonderful, chuckling, preposterously exciting fantasy, unquote. He further added, as both the wholesome Man of Steel and his bumbling secret identity Clark Kent, Reeve is excellent, unquote. Vincent Canby of the New York Times wrote in a mixed review, saying the Superman comic strip has been carefully, elaborately, sometimes wittily blown up for the big theater screen, which, though busy, often seems sort of empty, unquote. Charles Champlain of the Los Angeles Times called the film a big letdown, praising Reeve as the salvaging strength of the film, but referring to the matter of the villain as an essential problem, finding that, quote, even in a succession of wigs, Gene Hackman is not preposterous, funny, or dementedly menacing, and what he's doing here is not evident, unquote. Gary Arnold of the Washington Post wrote in a positive review saying, despite a lull here and a lapse there, this super production turns out to be inventive and enjoyable. Okay, that's all I need to say about that. This is ridiculous. I'm going way too long here. Okay. I've said enough about reviews. So it mostly got good reviews. And then the nominations. I got to mention some awards. Superman was nominated for 3 Academy Awards for Best Film Editing. Bull crap. But it's a fact, nominated for Best Film Editing for Stuart Byard. Best Original Score, John Williams. Agree with that. Best Sound by Gordon T. McCollum and Graham V. Hartstone and Nicholas Le Mesurier, probably messing up his name, and Roy Sharman. And it received a Special Achievement Academy Award for its visual effects. And Richard Donner publicly expressed disgust that the production designer John Barry and cinematographer Jeffrey Unsworth had not been recognized by the Academy of Arts and Sciences. Superman was also successful at the 32nd British Academy Film Awards. Reeve won Best Newcomer, while Hackman, Jeffrey Unsworth, and John Barry and the sound designers earned nominations. The film won the Hugo Award for Best Dramatic Presentation. At the Saturn Awards, which is a science fiction award ceremony, Margot Kidder, Barry, John Williams, that's John Barry, John Williams, and the Visual Effects Department received awards, and the film won the Best Science Fiction Film Award. Chris Reeve, Hackman, Donner, Valerie Perrine, who played Miss Tessmacher, and costume designer Yvonne Brake were nominated for their work as well. In addition, John Williams was nominated at the 36th Golden Globe Awards, which are the Critics Awards, and won, critics around the world, by the way, and won the Grammy Award for Best Score Soundtrack for Visual Media. I didn't know it won a Grammy. This is important because I'm going to show these clips in just a second. The extended TV version of Superman the movie was awesome. While by contract, Richard Donner had major editorial control over what was theatrically released, the Salkinds had editorial control on what was shown outside of movie theaters, meaning television. This was the result of deals that had been made between the producers and the ABC television network prior to the film's release in movie theaters. Financially, the more footage that was restored for television, the more revenue that could be made for the broadcast, and the producers charged by the minute for every bit of footage to be added back in. During production of Superman the movie, Alexander and Ilya Salkind, the father and son team, had been relegated to having to sell more and more of their rights back to Warner Brothers in exchange for financial aid to produce the films, which is why Warner Brothers would have theatrical and home video distribution rights. So by 1981, when the television rights reverted back to the Salkinds, the producers had already prepared a 3-hour and 8-minute version that had been the first version of the film locked down prior to being re-edited for theatrical release. That's why the music, okay, so that's the version that John Williams saw. That's why you heard music and scenes on the soundtrack that wasn't in the theatrical version, but yet was in the TV version. This extended cut, which would be utilized for worldwide television distribution, reincorporated some 45 minutes of footage and music deleted from the theatrical cut, and I'm giving that away tonight. The 3-hour, 8-minute cut, the best cut of the film, in my opinion. Chance Bartels, your humble host. Networks and stations, television stations, could then re-edit their own version of Superman the movie at their own discretion. For instance, the word GD is in one of the extended scenes, and KCOP in Los Angeles in 1994 left it in, whereas that same 3-hour, 8-minute version aired here in Atlanta on WGNX, an independent station 46, and they censored it. They bleeped it out, or they muted it. Just to give you an example of some differences in editorial control by these independent stations that they had over airing this. But the first time you saw, now this 3-hour, 8-minute version, by the way, is commonly known as the Salkind International Television Cut, and it was also deemed the KCOP cut for years. ABC aired the broadcast television debut of Superman over 2 nights in February 1982, with a majority of unused footage put back in, but not all of it, like the scene with Marlon Brando and Chris Reeve. A key scene that was not put back into the ABC version. The 182-minute network cut, which was slightly cut down for content, as I just said, was repeated in November of 1982. This time in its entirety in one evening, but not with all the extra scenes. That's only in the international cut. I know this is confusing to the layman. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to explain it. Think of it as the ABC cut and the international 3-hour, 8-minute, 3-hour long TV version is how it's deemed on front of the Blu Ray that I'm going to give away to 2 people tonight. So the remaining 2 ABC broadcasts were presented in its original theatrical version after they aired extended cuts. Almost done with the history of Superman the movie. When the TV rights reverted to Warner Brothers in 1985, CBS aired the film one last time on network television in its theatrical version. When the movie entered the syndication rerun TV market in 1988, following a play-out run on pay cable, like HBO, TV stations were offered the extended cut, the international cut, or the theatrical cut. And the stations that showed the extended cut edited the second half to add more advertising time. And the previously on flashback scenes, just as ABC had done in 1982. In November 82 for the replay, because they aired it in one night. In 1994, following a pay cable reissue of its run on the USA cable network, Warner Brothers Television syndicated this full 3-hour, 8-minute, 188-minute international television version, most famously on the Los Angeles TV station KCOP. The most notable additions unseen on U.S. television were 2 additional scenes never seen before, in addition to what had been previously reinstated on ABC in the extended version. This version also serviced outside of Los Angeles, for example, on WJLA Channel 7, an ABC affiliate in Washington, D.C. They aired this extended cut in July 1994, just like WGNX did here in Atlanta that same year, 1994. WGNX 46, which is now a CBS affiliate here in Atlanta. But it was an independent station on the UHF dial. Because its first known airing was on the aforementioned KCOP, it is also known in fan circles as the KCOP version. Oh, jeez. I need a break. And I know you do too. You're like, get to the freaking game. I did tell people privately we'd start the trivia at 8, so I'm almost on track. I'm about on track. 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. out west is when we'll start the trivia game with some clips to answer some of the trivia questions and prizes. All right, until 2017, it was thought that the quality, visual quality and audio quality of the extended network TV version was inferior to any theatrical or previous home video release because it was mastered in 16mm film using the 16mm film chain system and a mono sound mix, as it was done by the time the extended cuts were prepared in 1981. Stereo was not available in television broadcast back then in 81 when this was prepped, and 16mm television prints were in fact made and mastered in standard definition for the initial ABC network broadcasts. However, during an inventory of the Warner Brothers library, an IP master of the full 188 television version, extended version, was discovered in widescreen. That's the other thing. The TV versions were cropped. So it was found in widescreen. This is really exciting to me. And I know just a lot of you out there, too, that are hardcore Superman the movie fans. This 18-reel master was not marked with an aspect ratio, but the print was inspected. And as it turned out, it was the proper 2:35:1 Panavision ratio CinemaScope. That's a big deal. You see everything, unlike the cropped television versions. I have a 16mm film print of an extended Superman the movie version, but it's cropped, so I never watch it. I only watch this because it's in widescrreen, and that's what you're going to get today. And by the way, if you have a Blu Ray or Xbox or something that'll play a Blu Ray player, please claim it. Only if you can play the movie. Please don't claim it. I hope no one out there is going to win it and deny a real fan the opportunity to win these 2 that I'm giving away tonight. I want people that really care about the movie to win. So please only claim it if you can, in fact, play a Blu Ray. I hope no one out there is going to try to win it to resell it. It doesn't have much value. You can buy these for like $17 on Amazon presently as we're live, which is very affordable. I think that's a really good price. I can't believe how inexpensive it is. So it's not really, is at this moment, worth anything, but as time goes on, it probably will escalate in value. I've seen things that become out of print on Amazon go for hundreds of dollars that are new and sealed. And anyway, so let's see here. And one of the ones I'm giving away tonight is sealed. Actually, both are going to be sealed. This is my copy I keep holding up. That one's sealed, and I have another one that's sealed. Never watched. Official Warner Brothers release of the 3-hour long TV version, 3-hour, 8-minute version of Superman the movie. Let me see here. So that's exciting. So they found this widescreen print that was, let's see, was the sound in stereo? I think it is in stereo. That was exciting. That was a great find. Just like the Donner cut of Superman 2. That's another story we'll talk about after the trivia. But one of these movies will be given away during the trivia and one after when we talk about the extended scenes. I want to give a reason for you to stick around after the 20-question trivia game that we're going to start. Oh, I'm a minute late. I said 8 o'clock. So the Blu-ray release by Warner Brothers of what would officially be called Superman the Movie Extended Cut was released on October 3rd, 2017. The video release was visually restored by Warner Brothers Imaging Department, and other than the opening and end credits, which are in true stereo, the film is presented in an enhanced version of the mono TV sound mix. So that could be remixed down the line in stereo. No problem. I'm not saying the extended scenes, but you could do the theatrical scenes in stereo and do a hybrid edit. Someone could do that officially, of course, in 4K by Warner Brothers. So this particular release also includes another version that I discussed, the 1998 Superman the Movie Special Edition. So you get two versions of Superman the Movie in one disc. Two people will win that tonight. And like I said, you can just buy it. If you don't win it, just buy it for $17. It's cheap. It's very inexpensive, very affordable. Richard Donner was critical of his extended cut of the film. He called this version of the film terrible, saying it, quote, was nothing more than an assembly, unquote. So he didn't like the extended cut. I must disagree with the late, great Richard Donner on that because I want to see it all. He said he cut the bad material out of the movie and that the producers and Warner Brothers added it back in just to, quote, make a buck. Boy, I've gone way too long with this history. I swear I have. Yes. You think? Now, there's a gentleman named Michael Tao who was hired by Warner Home Video. He started working on a film restoration of Superman the movie in 2000, and only 8 minutes of the added footage had been used in the TV cut would be considered restored into a version that director Richard Donner called his preferred version of the film, including a scene with Marlon Brando with Chris Reeve in the Fortress of Solitude. Okay, I'm going to skip this. It's nobody cares. I mean, it's important, but you know, I need to get to the game. I'm late. Just a couple things I'll add. In 2007, the Visual Effects Society listed Superman the movie as the 44th most influential use of visual effects in a film of all time. In 2008, Empire magazine named it the 174th greatest film of all time on its list of 500. Okay, that's an obscure fact. I shouldn't even mention that. In 2009, though, Entertainment Weekly ranked Superman third on their list of the all-time coolest heroes in pop culture. Okay. I'll get back to this when we talk about Superman 2 because I was going to talk about the Donner cut. Let me just get to the game. Oh, and then I can acknowledge the comments. I'm going to play a song as I take a break. Is anyone still out there? I hope so. Let's listen to this song, which was featured in the movie. Little video piece is a live version. I can't play the real thing. I'm going to play this and put some comments on the screen. And let's go. Here we go.
Give a little bit of my life for you. Now's the time that we need to share. So find yourself. We're on our way back home, back home, back home. Oh, going home. Don't you need to be at home? Yeah. Ah, yeah, we gotta sleep. You gotta get a feeling. We gotta get a feeling. Oh, get a feeling right now. Right now. Ah, check it out. Ah, check it out. Ah, check it out. Ah, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Right now. You gotta get a feeling. Ah, check it out. Ah, check it out.
All right, finally. I saw the comments. I'm sorry, Glenn. I think you're in the UK. It's 1 a.m. your time, huh? Holy smokes. I apologize for that, everybody. So I know the answer to this, but are you ready for some trivia? I'm talking Superman the movie trivia. Like, are you ready for some football? I have 20 questions for you with 10 questions per round. How this works is I will state which question is the prize question per round. Prizes are going to be some vintage 1977 Topps, and 78 rather, 1978 Topps Superman the Movie Card Series 2, the Red Border Series. And 2 winners will get the Blu Rays, but 1 in trivia and 1 later after I talk about the extended scenes and I show some extended scenes and interviews with Chris Reeve and vintage interviews with Margot Kidder and stuff like that. But so that's how it's going to work. All you have to do is be the first person to answer correctly and say claim after your answer. That's the only rules. So answer correctly, first person in chat. Write the word claim after your answer and you'll win that prize. And it doesn't matter if you've won before in a previous week, but there's going to be 1 winner per show. So if you've won in a previous show, like about the original Star Trek trivia or Star Trek The Next Generation trivia we did last week, or Star Wars trivia, you can still play today. All right. And we're going to have some cool fun here. And all you have to do is email me where you want the prize to go at goldar3@aol.com, a mailing address, any mailing address, GOLDAR number 3 at AOL.com. So let's start round 1. Round 1 right now. And I apologize, Glenn. I see you out there, man. You're like, hey, still talking. You keep saying you're going to stop and you keep going for another 5 minutes. But let's start with this question. This is an easy one. Now, there's different levels of difficulty. And I have some pictures, by the way, later. I'm going to show you some cool stuff in my collection. I took photos so I can do screenshots on the screen. It's cool shit. And then some comedy. I promise there's comedy. Has nothing to do with Superman the movie after we get through the game. Question 1, multiple choice. Whom did Lex Luthor's girlfriend, Miss Tessmacher, Miss Tessmacher, make a deal with Superman to save? Whom did Lex Luthor's girlfriend, Miss Tessmacher, make a deal with Superman to save? A, her father, B, her mother, C, her sister, or D, her cat? Whom did Lex Luthor's girlfriend, Miss Tessmacher, make a deal with Superman to save? I'm sure someone's gotten that right. I wanted an easy one to be at the start. Let me look in the comments and see. Okay, Glenn guessed mother. Facebook user, I'm going to go on Facebook and identify who that is. Mother claims. So you get a, okay, we'll make that a prize. You're going to get a Topps card pack of 5 Topps cards. And I'll probably add some other stuff in too. This isn't for the Blu-ray. I'll tell you, it'll be in round 2 will be the Blu-ray. But so You're going to get some cool shit, though. Cool stuff. So now we're going to reveal the answer. Well, I already told you what it was, but let's watch the answer together.
If I help you, do you promise to save my mother first?
Lois, Jimmy.
Oh, but my mother comes first. If you promise me, I believe you because you always tell the truth.
I promise. I promise.
There you go. You were right. You're right. So I'll see who that is on Facebook. When I play a longer clip, I can go in. I have to do all this on my own, so sorry about that. So you're right. And that was an easy one. Wanted to start nice and easy just to get our feet wet. Okay, what is Miss Tessmacher's first name? Question 2. And this will be for another Topps card pack of 5. Vintage 1978 Topps cards, mint condition. What is, no multiple choice, what is Miss Tessmacher's first name? You can play for fun. If you want to prize, say the correct answer and then claim. Let me look at the comments. Glenn got it right. Ooh, and added, my mother lives in Hackensack. Yep. Very good. Oh, a lot of folks got it right. It's Eve. Very good. Okay, and let's go to question 3. Some of these are easy, but it's going to get harder. What color is Martha Kent's hair, according to Clark Kent, when he describes his Earth mom, Martha, to Lois Lane? What color is Martha Kent's hair, according to Clark Kent, when he describes his Earth mom, Martha, to Lois Lane? According to Clark Kent. Danny Staten says blue. In South Carolina. Hey, Danny. Correct answer. Glenn got it right. Silver. Actually, she's silver-haired. Clark Kent corrects Lois Lane. All right, let's see. Question 4. This will be for a prize. We're going to make this for the Blu Ray because you kind of have to think a little bit. This will be for the Blu Ray. No, I said round 2. All right, hang on. God, I'm all over the place. I'm not good. I got to do another prize pack. This will be a Topps 5-card prize pack. Prize question, prize question, prize question. Because round 2 we'll have the Blu Ray question. And then later we'll give away another Blu Ray. Okay, sorry. Topps 5-card. Okay. Question 4. How old in Earth years is Clark Kent when he emerges out of the Fortress of Solitude as Superman? How old in Earth years is Clark Kent when he emerges out of the Fortress of Solitude as Superman in Superman the movie? I'm going to wait for time to catch up. Oh, damn. Glenn, you are too good. God, you're good. Someone guessed 23. Glenn is absolutely correct. The age is 30 because Jor-El mentions to young Kal-El as a hologram. When he enters the Fortress of Solitude, by now you would have reached your 18th year. Then later Jor-El states 12 years would have passed. So 12 plus 18 is 30. Well done, Glenn. I don't think that's something you could Google. All right. If you want a prize, you didn't say claim, but if you want a prize, if you're just playing for fun, that's cool too. That's impressive if you're here just for the fun, because I believe you're in England. Okay, now I'm going to play a clip to reveal the answer to this question. Question 5 in round 1 of 10 questions in round 1. How many hours in a day does the planet Krypton have? This is a bit tricky. Full disclosure, because this trivia question comes from a scene that was in the 1998 special edition and the KCOP and the 3-hour cut. So I'm not going to assign a prize to this because it's you know, we're talking about the 45th anniversary of the release of Superman the movie in American cinemas. But how many hours in a day does the planet Krypton have, according to Jor-El, when he's talking to Kal-El, adult Kal-El, in the Fortress of Solitude? And this is in the 3-hour cut as well, of course. First time the scene was seen theatrically was in that 1998 special edition. Let me see if anyone got it right, and then I'll play the answer. Glenn says 26. Just fun, but okay, cool. Well, you're generous. I'll give that prize to someone else. My flock, Sarah says 3 hours in a day. Glenn adds my favorite film ever, 26. I'm going to wait for anyone else. How many hours a day is in a Kryptonian day in the planet Krypton before it exploded? Well, I'm going to go ahead and reveal the answer. Glenn, you're close, man. Let me get the clip. Here it is. All right. Now let's listen to this. And I'll play this entire scene later on in the show, but here we go. Here's the end.
You enjoyed it.
I don't know what to say, Father. I'm afraid I just got carried away.
I anticipated this, my son.
You couldn't have. You couldn't have imagined.
How good it felt. You are revealed to the world. Very well. So be it. But you still must keep your secret identity.
Why?
The reasons are two. First, you cannot serve humanity 28 hours a day.
24.
Or 24, as it is in Earth time. Your help.
There it was. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. There's the answer. 28 hours, Glenn. You were close with 26. 28 hours a day. Not only do they have a red Kryptonian sun, but they have 28 hours in a day revolving around that red Kryptonian sun before it went supernova, and exploded. Okay, next question. Question 6. How many characters did Christopher Reeve portray in Superman the movie? Very tricky question. How many characters did Christopher Reeve portray in Superman the movie? That's okay, Glenn. Don't worry about it, brother. Oh, 3. That's the answer. 3. So how many characters did Chris Reeve? Danny says 2. Facebook user 3. MyFlock 3. Ben Compton 3. Correct answer. How many characters did Christopher Reeve portray in Superman the movie? Is it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or D, 4? You're all right. C, 3. The answer is 3. He also played an air traffic controller, voice only, but it counts, in the theatrical version, heard when Lois Lane is about to board the ill-fated helicopter. And let's listen to that. I had pulled that clip for you guys and gals. It is right here.
Daily Planet Copter 1, this is ground.
Planet 1, go ahead.
Roger, we have Miss Lane here for a quick ride to Metropolis Airport to meet Air Force One. It's a hurry flight.
Roger, we're on our way over the river now and have you in sight. Have one aboard for transfer, over.
Roger, Planet 1, you're cleared to land. Wind 020 at 15, gusting, altimeter 29er 89er.
Roger, over out.
Whoop, there it is. There's the answer. I mean, that was the clip. There's the answer. 3, that was the third character along with Clark Kent and Kal-El, the Man of Steel. Let's Let's see here. Boom! I remember that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't want to tell another story. Let's just get on with the game. I made y'all wait long enough for the trivia. All right, so let's see. Question 7. I hope the audio went through. Let me know in comments. Did the audio go through in that scene where you could hear Chris Reeve? I hope it did. I couldn't tell just then on my end. Something's wrong. I can't hear out of my speakers like I normally can hear the clip. So I hope that the Chris Reeve air traffic controller audio did indeed play. Could you hear it? Let me just see if anyone's commenting on that. You could? Yes. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Next question. This is a fun one. I'll make this for a prize. Another 5 cards of the Topps cards. Prize. So first one that answers in comments in chat correctly with the word claim will get this prize. Which musical artist or rock band or pop band did not have a song in the theatrical version of Superman the movie? It could be more than one. Which musical artist or band did not have a song in the theatrical version of Superman the movie? A. Supertramp. B. REO Speedwagon. C. Quarter Flash. Or D. Bill Haley and his Comets. Which musical artist or band did not have a song in the theatrical version of Superman the movie? Was it A. Supertramp, B. REO Speedwagon, C. Quarter Flash, or D. Bill Haley and his Comets? And I'm going to wait to hang. I think the thing went down. It'll be back. Hang on. Hang on. I'm just stalling here. This is still live. By the way, if the stream ever goes down, I still keep rolling, and I'm still on Twitch and on Facebook Live. It'll come back in just a second. I think that clip of Chris Reeves' audio. It's back. Okay, now we're back. I hear it on YouTube. So let's reiterate that question. Which musical artist or artists... I gave people an extra long time on the audio side or on Facebook Live or Twitch to answer this question. It was that Chris Reeve audio from Superman the movie. See, most of my clips are extended scenes that I hope are okay with Warner Brothers. I did a disclaimer at the front of the show. But anyway, which musical artist or band did not have a song in the theatrical version of Superman the movie? A. Supertramp. B. REO Speedwagon. C. Quarter Flash. Or D. Bill Haley and his Comets. I'll just tell you right now, it's 2 of them. The correct answer, there's 2 of these bands that did not have a song in the theatrical version of Superman the movie. I'm going to say it again to allow people a chance to answer because YouTube took me down momentarily. Which musical artist or band did not have a song in the theatrical version of Superman the movie? A. Supertramp. B. REO Speedwagon. C. Quarter Flash. D. Bill Haley and his Comets. Let me look at the comments and see. She's right. Hey, Sarah. I don't see any answers. Ben Compton guessed A. I'm going to say it again, and then we'll move on to question 7 out of 10 in round 1. Which musical artist, or band did not have a song in the theatrical version of Superman the movie? A. Supertramp. B. REO Speedwagon. C. Quarter Flash. Or D. Bill Haley and his Comets. The correct answer is B. And C. REO Speedwagon and Quarter Flash did not have songs featured in Superman the movie. Bill Haley and the Comets did, of course, in the Smallville scenes, Rock Around the Clock. And then you heard right before the missile explodes in New Mexico, you hear on Lois Lane's car radio, "Give a little bit of my life for you." And I played a live version of that at the very beginning of the show. And that was by Supertramp. So, yeah. REO Speedwagon Cord Flash did not have songs. I'm just waiting for people to catch up. Let's move on with question 8, a true-false question. This is a rather easy question. True or false? Superman has a yellow S on the back of his cape in Superman the movie. True or false? Superman has a yellow S on the back of his cape in Superman the movie. True or false? Sarah got it right. Glenn got it right. True, yes. And I like it when there is a big yellow S on the back of Superman's red cape. Other versions of the films have not incorporated that, and it kind of irritates me when it's not there, just because I'm a purist and because I grew up on the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. So that answer is true. Now, question number... And I'm not going to play any more theatrical scenes from Superman the movie. That's why I went wrong. I went a little too long with that scene, and YouTube took me down temporarily. But I'm back. I'll be back. I'll always be back. Question 9 of 10 in round 1. What color is Lois Lane's underwear in Superman the movie? And it's a scene, folks. I'm not being perverted with this question. It's a classic scene. What color is Lois Lane's underwear in Superman the movie? Is it A, black, B, white, C, pink, or D, beige? Or E, none of the above? Because she was commando. What color is Lois Lane's underwear in Superman the movie? A, black, B, white, C, pink, or D, beige? It's a fun question. Put some answers on the screen. You're right, it's pink. I like pink very much, Lois, because that was what was deemed dirty, double-meaning dialogue by critic Gene Shalit in the Today Show review of Superman the movie that I talked about earlier, if anybody was here. So yeah, the answer is C, pink, because Kal-El has X-ray vision, but it's revealed he can't see through lead in that scene. That was what, and she mentions it in the interview. Shouldn't have put that out there, Lois Lane, blabbermouth. You blabbermouth! This planet must be made of lead. Yes, it is. So, well, I sort of have a problem seeing through. Oh, that's interesting. Problem seeing through lead. Do you like pink? I like pink very much, Lois. So Superman's not gay. I'm kidding. Not that there's anything wrong with that. All right. Question number 10. Who does Clark Kent send a portion of his Daily Planet salary to? A, his Earth mother. B, Lana Lang and her child Ricky. C, an adoption agency. Or D, the Smallville High School Band. Again, this is the final question of round 1, a total of 20 questions. This is question 10. We'll go to halftime. Who does Clark Kent send a portion of his Daily Planet salary to? A, his Earth mother. B, Lana Lang and her child Ricky. C, an adoption agency. Or D, the Smallville High Band. Let me check answers. A, his mother. Dave Sundstrom. Hey, all. I can't really pay attention to chat tonight, but I'm enjoying listening to. Hey, Dave. He has a huge YouTube nostalgia channel. And Monday night at 8:30 Eastern Time, he's going to have a nice live nostalgia Christmas chat, holiday chat. And I'll be there for that for sure. So thanks for jumping in. Ma and Pa Kent. That's correct. It would be Martha Kent, because Pa, unfortunately, had a heart attack at that point in time when Clark Kent is 30, when he starts his job as reporter Clark Kent at the Daily Planet. So that is right. The answer, A, his silver-haired Earth mother, Martha. And we talked about, in a previous question, what color was Martha's hair. So that's halftime. I'm going to play a brief video, a little interview with Chris Reeve. And I promise it's not going to be that long, and, I probably shouldn't play it at all. Watch the stream go down. But let me get to some clips, and let's see what Glenn says. Glenn jokes, incoming! It's fun giving you crap, buddy. Yeah, I know. He doesn't like the clips. And he's in England, so what is it, almost 2 a.m.? It's 1:30 a.m. your time? Goodness gracious. So we got to get started with, wouldn't it be great if only this was my big halftime break, but I got to rest the vocal cords. All right. I'm going to play. I don't know if I should play this or not. This might make the stream go down. I'm going to play another trailer to Superman the movie, and then we'll come right back. So this is very, very brief.
He began not as flesh and blood, but as a simple line drawing. His comic strip has thrilled millions around the world. The magic of radio gave to his name a breathless signature in sound. Then with television came a whole new generation to idolize his exploits. Today, at last, his evolution is complete, brought to life by the awesome technology of film and by an extraordinary cast of stars. Marlon Brando is Jor-El, who gave our world his only son. Gene Hackman is his arch-enemy Lex Luthor, the only man on Earth capable of destroying him. Margot Kidder is Lois Lane, the woman who thinks she knows him as the most ordinary of men. Glenn Ford is Jonathan Kent, the foster father who discovers him as a baby. Jackie Cooper is editor Perry White. And Christopher Reeve is the astonishing new screen presence chosen to portray Clark Kent and the Man of Steel. Until now, his incredible adventures have been beyond the power of any known medium to realize. But now, the greatest creative and technical minds of the motion picture world have gathered to meet the challenge of Superman. Superman brings you the gift of flight. Superman is now the movie.
Pretty cool. I love that trailer. That's halftime. We'll continue, and this round we'll give away another Blu Ray of the 3-hour, 8-minute version of Superman the movie seen on the top of this cover. That will be included in this selection of questions. Oh, cool. Glenn says in comments, Chance, I picked up a Superman the radio show vinyl sealed from 1978. Very cool. Let's see. And I should be getting the other 3 vinyls too. Very awesome. I love the radio programs. Those are really neat. And I like the Star Wars radio programs, even though it's kind of jarring when you hear different voice artists portraying our favorite characters from the Star Wars universe. I have like the Empire Strikes Back radio drama. Let's see what we got here now. Let's continue. Before I know you're probably about to pass out, man. It's wee hours in the morning there in the UK where you're at. But let's start the trivia. When found on Earth, kryptonite is considered a what? This is a multiple choice question. When found on Earth, kryptonite is considered a rock, B, fragment, C, element, or D, meteorite. When found on Earth, kryptonite is considered a rock, B, fragment, C, element, or D, meteorite? Let's see what you had to say. Danny Staten in South Carolina guessed D. Facebook user, I need to log in, is guessed B. My Flock Sarah guessed C. Glenn says a meteorite found in Addis Ababa. Geez, you're good. The answer is D. It's a meteorite. So when found on Earth, kryptonite is considered a meteorite, not a rock, a fragment, or an element, a meteorite. Damn it. Question 2. He gave it away. It's okay. You're just too smart for the room. Question 2 in round 2. What country and continent did Lex Luthor steal kryptonite from? What country and continent did Lex Luthor steal kryptonite from? You already answered it. And I read your answer on the air. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, in the continent of Africa. Very good. Now, question 3. And I talked about this earlier. That's why that intro was long. I had an hour of Superman, the movie history. I wanted to give justice where justice is due for the 45th anniversary of Superman, the movie. I'm sorry if I bored some of you, but I've got to do it. This is a historical educational program. Question 3. Superman, the movie, held its premiere event in what city and for what charity? I should have made this a multiple choice, to be fair, but I already said it a couple of times. I mentioned the charity one time, but I mentioned the city a couple times. Question 3, round 2. Superman the movie held its movie premiere event in what city and for what charity? What city and what charity? Let me look at comments. Ooh, I don't think anyone's going to get this. Nobody cared about my history. Superman the movie, or they're Googling right now. Superman the movie held its premiere event on December 10th, 1978, I might add, in what city and for what charity? I don't think anyone's going to get this. I might as well just reveal the answer. Should I just wait and let people... There was a big premiere. The president was there. I'm going to give some hints. Jimmy Carter was there. Chris Reeve was there, of course. Gene Hackman was there. Margot Kidder was there. Glenn answers the Kennedy Center. Yeah, what city? And for what charity? What city is the Kennedy Center in, Glenn? You're not even in the USA, and you know you're good. That's right. You got it half. Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. That is where the premiere was held. But what was the charity? What charity benefited from all proceeds of that premiere event? It's a charity also that was near and dear and still is to Arnold Schwarzenegger's heart. Think kids. I'll just tell you, I guess. I'm just waiting for comments. There's a delay here. All right, here's the answer. I'll just go ahead and spill the beans on this. Superman the movie held its movie premiere event in what city and for what charity? Answer, Washington, D.C., to raise funds to support and aid the Special Olympics, which I'd already mentioned. At this point, I was going to show a deleted scene. I'll save it for later because I don't want the stream going down, but I will try to show some deleted scenes later. Let's go ahead with question 4. Was anyone killed in Superman the movie? I'm talking about a character, of course. I'm not talking about a crew person, because there are several people that unfortunately died. One person, most notably, the film was dedicated to. I should have had that as a question. Whom is Superman the movie dedicated towards? with that first on-screen credit? Well, I'll ask that now just as a bonus question. Let me back up. Who was Superman the movie dedicated to? First thing you see on the screen. Let me see if anyone gets that right. Glenn, Jeffrey Unsworth. Good, man. You are really good, man. You've only missed one, right? The 28-hour-a-day question, Kryptonian time. Good stuff. So, but again, the question now, the official question for in round 2 is, was anyone killed in Superman the movie? Glenn's right again. The police officer died by the train. Harry. Facebook user, yes. I bet that's John. And so let me give you some insight into this. Was anyone killed in Superman the movie? Answer is yes, Harry the cop, when Lex Luthor pushed him in front of the path of the train. But also off camera, the security guards that Lex Luthor murdered when he stole the kryptonite, which was mentioned by Perry White to Clark Kent in Perry White's office. Remember that? The world doesn't make sense, Kent. 2 people are killed, and what do they get? A worthless piece of meteorite. Right? So, really more than one died, but on camera, one. So, very good. Very good. Let me look at some comments and put them on the screen, and we'll move on to the next question. Jimmy Olsen was killed. Well, really, technically, Lois Lane was killed. If you think about it, before Superman turned back time, which was the original ending to Superman 2, by the way. That's how Lois was going to forget that Clark Kent is Superman. And because of the reasons we talked about in the history, I won't get into that again. So really, Lois Lane died as well, if you want to be technical about it. Okay, let's move on to question 5. Excuse me, I didn't mean to cough in your ear. Question 5, round 2. What living things can also hear Lex Luthor's supersonic frequency that he created to communicate with and summon Superman? Multiple choice question. What living things can also hear Lex Luthor's supersonic frequency that he created to communicate with and summon Superman? Is it A, frogs, B, cats, C, dogs, or D, pigs? What living things can also hear Lex Luthor's supersonic frequency, which he created to communicate with and summon Superman? In a scene in Superman the movie, a cool scene where he jumps out of the window and transforms. I love that shot. It's kind of illogical because where do the clothes go? He's dressed as Clark Kent. Great music, great scene. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to knock it, but that was almost like a Superman 2 Lester Fortress power kind of thing. You know, that was bizarre. It looked cool, though, didn't it? That transformation. Kind of like the alleyway scene in Superman 2, which is my favorite Clark Kent into Superman transformation towards the beginning of Superman 2, but I digress. Let me look at comments. Yeah, that's kind of an easy one. And Glenn, dogs. If I could turn back time. Danny Staten says, referring to the Cher song from 1998, I think. Man, you funny, dude. Sarah's laughing at his joke. I could turn back time. I don't know if that was 1980. What was no, that was the one. She used a voice box, Cher did. What was that song? That song was 1998. Because I was in Hawaii, in the island of Kauai, driving around listening to that in my rented car. I remember that. One of the 3 times I went to Hawaii. Okay, Bats and Daredevil was Danny's answer. Danny in South Carolina. Oh, man. They Bats here. Glenn's laughing at Danny's joke. It was dogs. You got it right, Glenn and Facebook user. It was dogs. Okay. Question 6. Man, I got some funny folks playing tonight. Love it. Who makes a cameo in Superman the movie as himself? It's a multiple choice question. Who makes a cameo in Superman the movie as himself? Is it A, Telly Savalas, B, Gene Shalit, C. Jerry Siegel, one of the co-creators of Superman and comic books, or D. Rex Reed? Who makes a cameo in Superman the movie as himself? A. Telly Savalas, B. Gene Shalit, C. Jerry Siegel, or D. Rex Reed? Well, I'm sorry. Listeners, I'm sorry if there's like a lull. Don't adjust your radio. Don't adjust your whatever device you're listening on. You haven't lost the connection. I'm waiting for anyone to answer who's watching live in the chat. I guess I stumped some people. Let me ask again and let the delay catch up. Is this thing still on? Uh-oh. It may have gone down again. Did this go down again? Oh, it's back. Okay. I have that on in another room. I hope you can't. This mic is so powerful. I hope you can't hear any background noise. I have the show on in another room. That way I can tell. I have it tuned to YouTube. Even though there's a delay, I can tell if it went down or not. So the question, who makes a cameo in Superman the movie as himself? Is it A. Telly Savalas, B. Gene Shalit, C. Jerry Siegel, the co-creator of Superman and comic books, or D. Rex Reed? Any takers? It must have gone down. Listeners, I beg your forgiveness. I'm going to ask a third time because I think the stream might have gone down on YouTube, but not on Facebook or Twitch. I'm going to ask the question again. Who makes a cameo in Superman the movie as himself? Is it A. Telly Savalas, B. Gene Shalit, C. Jerry Siegel, the co-creator of Superman and comic books, or D. Rex Reed? And I got to take a leak big time. TMI. Well, I'll just answer the question. No one answered. It's D. Movie critic Rex Reed. See anything good lately? No, I'll tell you, came along, Lois. That was an improvised line. And by the way, in that scene where Clark's fumbling around with the revolving door, trying to pretend to be clumsy, Kal-El is, in that moment, you can see the cameraman's reflection, especially in 4K, in the beautiful 4K release by Warner Brothers of Superman the movie, the theatrical version. You can see that cameraman's reflection in that revolving door. Did you know that? All right, let's get on with the next question here. Question 7. Does director Richard Donner make a cameo in Superman the movie in the theatrical version of the classic film? True or false? Question 7, repeating. Does director Richard Donner make a cameo appearance in Superman the movie in the theatrical version of the classic film? True or false? In the theatrical version. Ooh. Glenn, you're right. Not in the theatrical, no, but in the extended. Yes, it was a bit of a trick question. Yeah, there were comments. Okay, I needed to refresh. I'm sorry, Sarah. False, 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 false. Okay, yeah. Well, I already revealed the answer. God, I don't know what's going on with the stream here. Jeez. Well, the answer was false. I'm going to repeat the question. So, does director Richard Donner make a cameo in Superman the movie in the theatrical version of the classic film? True or false? The answer is false. There was a cameo film that was seen in the 1982 ABC TV two-night event of Superman the movie for the first time on TV in 1982, and in the KCOP in the 3-hour-long version, and in pretty much every extended version that scene was in, but it wasn't in the theatrical movie. And it's right after Clark Kent saved Lois Lane from the helicopter. You hear this guy, everyone's watching the heroics of Superman in the helicopter on TV screens. And you hear this voice say, yeah, that'll be the day, huh? And that's Richard Donner saying that line. Oh, that'll be the day, huh? Says Richard Donner as a Metropolis bystander to Clark Kent as everyone's watching the TV screens of the news reports. And then Clark says, beg your pardon? He goes, that'll be the day when a guy can fly, huh? And then Clark, that's a terrible impression of Richard Donner, by the way. And then Clark says, I don't know, you'd be surprised. I didn't pull that clip. I should have, to show you that extended scene, but it was director Richard Donner wearing a hat, talking to Clark Kent. And he also had a cameo in Superman 2 that survived the theatrical cut in front of the diner, which was shot by Richard Donner after Superman has lost his powers and he gets beaten up by a bully trucker. But as they're arriving at the diner, it's called Don's Diner, like Richard Donner, Don's Diner. You see a guy smoking a pipe walk in front of their car. And it's a shot where they're looking out, Lois and Clark are looking out, and you see this guy walking in front. That's Richard Donner. So he had a cameo in the theatrical Superman 2 that he got fired from. They probably didn't even realize that was him when Warner Brothers edited that film. It survived the cut. But anyway, so there, very good. Glenn, you're awesome. Question 8. In Superman the movie, this product was not placed in the movie on camera in the theatrical version. I'm going to make this question for the Blu-ray set. Get it right, say claim, and I'm going to mail you a Blu-ray. And please, only if you can play Blu-rays on an Xbox or a Blu-ray player. Claim it only if you can play it, please, to give someone else a chance. This will be the round 2 Blu-ray winning question, and then I'll have another Blu-ray I'll give away after the trivia game, after some clips of deleted scenes, assuming the stream stays up on YouTube. I know it'll stay up on Twitch and probably Facebook, but my southern accent came out on Facebook. But in Superman the movie, this product was not placed in the movie on camera in the theatrical version. A, Marlboro cigarettes, B, Coca-Cola, C, JVC Electronics, or D, Cheerios cereal. I repeat, question 8. This is for the Blu-ray. In Superman the movie, this product was not placed in the film on camera in the theatrical version. A, Marlboro cigarettes, B, Coca-Cola, C, JVC Electronics, or D, Cheerios cereal. Now I need to pay attention to the answers here. Glenn, hello. I'm sorry. Jerry Dobson is in the house, the Dean of Nostalgia World on Facebook. Good evening, sir. Thanks for joining in on the trivia game. I've got some clips to play in a little bit and some interviews and stuff. Glenn says, Chance, I got Rex Reed right too a couple questions back. Okay, I didn't see that. I should have refreshed. Let me go back. Yeah, refresh your stream. It was Rex Reed. There's your answer. Sorry, geez. Danny had no clue about that cameo. Okay. Now, Glenn has answered JVC Electronics. Incorrect. I'll explain. The correct answer is Marlboro cigarettes. Marlboro cigarettes were featured in Superman 2, but not in the theatrical cut of Superman the movie. Now, you may be thinking JVC because of that cut Donner cameo. However, there is a shot that shows JVC televisions in the theatrical version. You see a shot for a few seconds, and you see the logo, JVC, so that counts as an on-screen plug for a product. So the correct answer, Marlboro cigarettes. You did not see a pack of Marlboros. You saw, of all things, a cigarette truck in Superman 2. General Zod is thrown through one. Or is it Superman is thrown through one? It's been so long since I've seen it. Superman's thrown through the Marlboro truck. It looks like almost like a UPS truck with Marlboro cigarettes on the side. And JVC, of course, is in Superman 2 as well, prominently, where Non is hurled into a building with JVC on it. And you see the neon sign. And Coca-Cola, that's it. Coca-Cola was in the neon sign. Coca-Cola, but you saw JVC also in Superman 2, but I digress. And of course, Martha Kent had the Cheerios cereal box as she noticed that Clark Kent is fixing to boogie and leave town and bogue out on her. He's out in the field, shot in Canada. So the correct answer is Marlboro cigarettes. We don't see the Marlboro Man till Superman 2. Now let me look at comments and see if anyone else got that right. Or it's a trick. It's a trick question, Chance. It's not a trick. It's not a trick. I just know most people are going to think Marlboro with Superman because you're so used to seeing chain smoking Lois Lane pumping out in and out those Marlboros out of her mouth in Superman 2. But no, you do see that split-second shot of JVC in Superman the movie. You really do. And that was the cameo scene. They cut out the cameo, but you see that shot of the JVC right there. Trivia, we also see Federal Express in an extended scene in Superman the movie, which did air on... This scene was in the ABC 2-part version and in the KCOP or the Blu Ray version. There's a scene where Otis is being tailed by the police detectives, including the ill-fated detective Harry, on the streets of Metropolis as he heads to Lex Luthor's underground lair, and you see a FedEx truck very prominently, but that's in an extended scene and not in the theatrical. So they had a lot of product placement in Superman the movie. Some made the cut, some didn't. Marlboro, not so much, but Coca-Cola, JVC, Cheerios, and Federal Express, among others. So let's see here. Question 9. Did any other actors who previously portrayed Superman appear in Superman the movie? Yes or no? Did any other actors who previously portrayed Superman appear in Superman the movie? Yes or no? 50-50 shot. Sarah, you got it right. The previous question, you said A, Marlboro. Good deal. And you hadn't seen the movie in years. I saw where you said, I haven't seen it since 1995. Any Superman movie. Yes. Question is yes. And bonus points, it's Kirk Allen. Right, from the serials, the Superman serials. Excellent. Facebook user said no. He was on the train in the theatrical version. I'm going to show you a picture of Kirk, but you see him from behind. Let me pull it up. I have all sorts of cool pictures to show in a little bit. But it's true. And in an extended scene, remember the little girl on the train who's seeing Clark Kent in Smallville running as fast as the train. And she's trying to tell her parents. Well, her father is played by Kirk Allen, and her mom is played by Noelle Neal, TV's second Lois Lane, after Phyllis Coates, who recently passed away, sadly, in 2023. My Flock Sarah said yes. And let me show you a shot from a Topps card. I have it right here. This is something new I've not tried with my software here. Let's see if this works. Can you still hear me? I don't know. I'm afraid this is going to mute my audio. I don't think it is. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm back. I got all sorts of cool pictures to show you later on. Let me do one thing. All right. All this clicking. Did anyone claim the Blu Ray? What the hell happened? Did I knock myself offline? God dang it. Did it go down again? LOL, welcome back. Okay. I'm back. That was bizarre. Dude, okay. I bought just because of that little Topps card. By the way, I'm giving away, that was the white series border Topps card. I'm giving away the red series to the winners thus far. That's bizarre. I think it booted me off or I muted myself. I don't know, but I'm back. Okay. We have one final question. So yeah, that was, again, getting back to that. Did any other actors who previously portrayed Superman before Superman the movie appear in Superman the movie? Yes or no? Answer is yes. Kirk Allen from the movie serials on the train that teenage Clark Kent is racing on foot with Lois Lane is revealed in the extended scene as a little girl. Okay. Final question. Get it? If you answer correctly, first person to answer correctly gets a prize pack of 5 1978 Series 2 red border Topps cards and a sticker. And a sticker. Final question. What was the final missile launch code number for the XK-101 rocket? This is kind of like a get a life question in Saturday Night Live with William Shatner as Captain Kirk, where people are asking, what was the combination to your safe on the Enterprise? He's like, I just got to say, get a life, will you people? I always wonder who wrote that scene. There was a show, Get a Life, starring Chris Elliott, based on that, but the first time in pop culture history that the line "Get a Life" was said was on November 1986 with William Shatner hosting Saturday Night Live in a parody of a Star Trek convention. And Conan O'Brien was a writer on Saturday Night Live in those days, and I've always wondered if he was the writer who came up with that "Get a Life, will you?" Anyway, so it's kind of a get a life question, but it's, I wanted to throw easy ones in with the hard and hard with the easy. Final question. What was the missile final launch code number for the XK-101 rocket? Was it A4, B11, C117, or D7? What was the final missile launch code number? And this is prominent in the theatrical version several times. This is said a couple of times. What was the final missile launch code number for the XK-101 rocket? Was it A4, B11, C117, or D7? Let me go look at comments. Sarah guessed C. Glenn guessed 117. Facebook user says C. I don't know who the Facebook user is. I'll get on there and look. No! The final code was D7. Remember? Because Otis incorrectly put 117. And then Lex says, wait a minute, 117? No! The third one's 11, and the fourth one's 7. So the final missile launch code number for the XK-101 rocket is D7. But he rebounded before the delay caught up, or was it 7? LOL. Yeah. Oh, those codes. I got you a couple times a night with the Krypton hours in the Kryptonian day question. Got you with the product placement. Got you with that one. I'm sorry, my brother. I love you like another brother from another mother. I really do, man. I knew that, damn it. It's, hey, man, what is it? 3 a.m. your time? It's understandable if you're a little groggy and froggy at this hour. Oh, that was fun. Okay. So let's see. I should do like others do where they total, like Thrash Pondo Pons. He does trivia every week, Sunday night on YouTube. Great guy. Bob's his real first name. And he does trivia every week. I don't think he does prizes all the time, but it's still fun. But so that's our trivia game. Now stick around if you want to have a chance to win another official Blu-ray of Superman the movie, the long 3-hour cut. Again, please only claim it if you can play it. That's all I ask. I've got 2 to give away tonight. I'll go back and review. I don't know if anyone claimed the first one during the second round of the trivia just now that we just completed. I don't think they did, because you have to be the first one to answer correctly and say claim. So I'll review the tape, and I mail the prizes out promptly. Your prize will be mailed to you tomorrow, because I have to mail some other Christmas cards out, holiday cards and stuff. So good deal. That was fun. All prize winners, please email me at goldr3@aol.com. Let me know where you want your prize to be mailed to. That's letter G as in Gary, letter O as in office, letter L as in Larry. Letter D as in Dolly. Letter A is in Apple. Letter R is in Ray. And number 3, the number 3 at AOL.com. Goldar3 at AOL.com. Just email me if I don't have your mailing address, just where you want it to be mailed to. So now I want to talk about some deleted scenes I'm going to play. I hope this doesn't get me thrown off of YouTube, but I'll still keep rolling, and I'll put it up later there if it does. If it goes down, stick around. It'll probably 9 times out of 10 come back. I don't own the rights to these clips. No rights are given or implied. I encourage you to purchase Superman the movie, the 4K from Warner Brothers, or purchase this, the 3-hour, 8-minute cut on Blu Ray of Superman the movie. I highly recommend it. That's my personal favorite version of the film because you see so much stuff that was cut. It's not junk. There is some stuff that's kind of padded footage that you don't really need, but I think it's all good. And you hear more of the soundtrack music. Let's play some deleted scenes. How about that? And if I get thrown off, it'll probably come back on. All right, let's see some comments though before I do that. And I have a couple scenes from the Donner cut of Superman 2. Sarah, if you want something, yeah, I'll give you a prize pack. I don't remember. You had to say claim. I'll go back and look. You had to be the first person to answer and say claim. And then that would go. All right, so and then you would win. I've totally lost track. I'm going to review it though. Now let's watch a couple deleted scenes that I think you'll find very interesting from Superman the movie. Okay. First thing I want to play is a little scene. It's not an extended scene, but you hear some of the music from Superman the movie that was deleted in the theatrical version. I'm just going to play a little bit of this. This is right when Superman, baby Kal-El, is going to be sent to Earth by his parents on Krypton. You don't hear this music in the theatrical version. I just love this. Let's listen.
Have you finished?
Nearly. It's the only answer, Lara. If he remains here with us.
That's all I'm going to play there. I just wanted to play some of that music. I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube. I really don't. So I am going to play a cool trailer to the ABC Sunday night movie, which was the first 2-night event that featured deleted scenes. Not all the deleted scenes is in the 3-hour, 8-minute version. We talked about that ad nauseum earlier tonight, but this was a 2-night event. I want to play the preview trailer to that really quickly. And I think I did. Yeah, okay, I'm back. I think it might have taken me off briefly. Let's watch this exciting trailer to the ABC presentation of Superman the movie. Here we go.
Sunday, the Man of Steel is coming. In his network television premiere.
Any more at home like you?
Not really, no.
Starring Marlon Brando, Gene Hackman, Margot Kidder, and Christopher Reeve as Superman. Then at a special time, he's their best undercover agent.
Drop the gun!
But whose side is he on?
Great!
Today's FBI following Superman.
Watch Sunday starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Sunday, someone is terrorizing them. Someone wants them out of the picture. Code Red. Then the Man of Steel is coming. In his network television premiere, starring Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeve as Superman. Then, at a special time,
Drop the gun!
he's their best undercover agent.
Great!
But whose side is he on? Today's FBI.
Sunday night starting at 7, 6 Central and Mountain on ABC.
The plane? No, wait.
Say, Jim! Woo!
Excuse me. It's Superman.
He's coming, Mr. Luthor.
In his network television premiere.
Any more at home like you?
Not really, no.
Starring Marlon Brando, Gene Hackman, Margot Kidder, and Christopher Reeve as Superman. Coming up after Code Red.
now with Code Red.
Due to the following special presentation of the Sunday night movie, today's FBI will be seen at 10, 9 Central and Mountain. So stay tuned and I'll see you right after the movie.
Special tonight, an ABC network premiere. Superman, starring Christopher Reeve in the title role, with Marlon Brando, Glenn Ford, Gene Hackman, Valerie Perrine, and Margot Kidder as Lois Lane.
Easy, miss. I've got you.
You've got me. Who's got you?
The Man of Steel, the world's first superhero. Tonight's special presentation of Superman is brought to you by Atari, a family of electronic products that challenge you, teach you, touch your life. Discover Atari and discover how far you can go.
Discover a world beyond your wildest dreams. Discover Atari. Pioneers in coin video games like Centipede, Tempest, and Asteroids that challenge you, excite you, test you like never before. Discover the Atari that opened your eyes to the world's most popular home video games like Space Invaders, Missile Command, and Warlords. Discover the Atari that brought you a home computer truly designed for the home. Sophisticated for advanced needs, yet simple enough for your child to use. Compose music, play advanced games, manage your finances, all at the touch of the button. Discover Atari. And discover how far you can go.
And now scenes from tomorrow night's conclusion of Superman.
Why are you here?
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
Superman begins his courtship of Lois Lane and his campaign against crime.
Tell me what you see.
Dimples?
I'll give you dimples. It occurs to me that a 500 megaton bomb here
would destroy most of California.
Tomorrow, the conclusion of Superman on the ABC Monday Night Movie at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
That's Incredible will not be seen tonight due to the following ABC special movie presentation. But it will return next week at its regular time with more incredible stories.
Special tonight, an ABC network premiere. Superman, starring Christopher Reeve in the title role, with Gene Hackman, Valerie Perrine, Jackie Cooper, Ned Beatty, and Margot Kidder as Lois Lane.
Easy, miss. I've got you.
You've got me. Who's got you?
The Man of Steel, the world's first superhero. Tonight's special presentation of Superman is brought to you by Atari, a family of electronic products that challenge you, teach you, touch your life. Discover Atari and discover how far you can go.
Very nostalgic. Sorry the audio was so low in those clips, man. They're very, very low. You probably had to turn up your your gain or your volume there. Because my mic is so damn loud, I guess. There's no way to equalize it. So sorry about that, folks. I'm going to play some other extended scenes. That was a big event. And that was the first time I saw some of those extended scenes. And they featured scenes on these cards. Let me show you some cards. I have some great pictures of these cards, the Topps cards. And I'm going to show people some cards that some of the cards they won tonight. I did that last time. I need to do that tonight. Let me find where I did these pictures, where I put these pictures are right here. I have some really nice photos I want to share with you all now. Bam. Okay. Look at this. These are Topps cards. Here's a box. I have a full box of these Topps cards. I'll leave myself up while these show. That looks kind of cool in the center. It's this box here. Let me show you what it looks like with the box open and closed, but it's a full box of these Topps cards, Series 1 with the white border. They're really cool. That's them. And here's what it looks like when you open the top. Isn't that neat? That's the inside of that very box. Now here is what the first series of cards looks like. Let me I'm going to show you some extended scenes of the destruction of Krypton, where you actually hear some of the music that was cut. Let me see some. I hope you can hear me when I show those cards. Oh, thank you, Sarah. She says sounded fine to me. And Sarah, I'll send you a prize pack. Email me goldr3@aol.com. You're in, kid. I'll send you some of the Topps cards. No problem at all. Let me see. And can you play Blu Ray? Yes or no? I'm afraid this is knocking out the sound when I show the pictures. I'm still learning the software. All right, let me get to some more cards. I'll have to leave myself up. Look at that. So cool. You can hear me when I'm showing the pictures, because I was talking about a sentry that was not a ripoff of a stormtrooper. And in the other room, it sounded like it was muted. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure folks can hear what I'm talking about. I put that up on purpose. I just love that image. Okay. I'm going to have to show myself in the background just to make sure that the audio works when I'm showing things on the screen. Let me look at comments now. Cool, Glenn. He says a few cards were taken out in the UK sets, though. Huh. Well, no, we're not on air. It was black. Oh, good to know. Well, then I'm going to have myself in the background. Damn, I gave a whole little narration of this card. I was explaining. Let me just back it up then. God dang. Let me find the right one. It's not that one. I was explaining. Okay, I was explaining the center bottom card. You see a sentry. That's from an extended scene. Let me take the comment off so that you can see it better. Yeah, that's cool. Just message me. Well, I will be gosh danged. All right, well, you see that card there at the bottom center. All I was saying is it's kind of like not a ripoff of a stormtrooper in Star Wars, because this was filmed in early 77 before the wide release of Star Wars in June of 1977. But that little dude was sent to Jor-El's quarters because the energy was in excess in an extended scene, and the elders sent that sentry to investigate Jor-El. So let me just go and show you some more things that I wanted to show you all on camera. I already showed this card. I want to talk about meeting Christopher Reeve really quickly. I met him. I had the honor of meeting him, and I'll show you an autograph I got of Chris Reeve. I met him at this event in 1994, May 13th through 15th, 1994, at the Castlegate Hotel. That was Chris Reeve's first and only Atlanta convention appearance, and I think that was his only convention appearance. He was there with his wife at the time, Dana Reeve, and I met him on Saturday, May 14th, 1994. And here's my little badge. And he signed this for me. I love that. And then later, she's also gone, sadly. He would sadly be paralyzed, become a quadriplegic a mere 9 or 10 months after this event. So this was one of the last times he could sign anything. It's really sad. There's Margot. I met her years after that in the early 2000s. She signed. That's a Donner cutscene from Superman 2. Now I want to show you guys just some covers I had pulled from my memorabilia. What is that? Okay. Let me show you. There's a lot of press coverage when Superman the movie was released over 45 years ago, including this, Starlog magazine. Before the internet, you had Starlog for movie heads, science fiction aficionados, nerds, if you will. Starlog was where you got the pert dirt on new things that were going to be released in movie theaters and on television. And I love that cover. That was an image you saw a lot. It was also on the cover of the VHS release, which I have here. Oh, one of the VHS releases. There was a clamshell release, and then there was one right here. And look at this. It's in plastic. Let me hold that up for the camera. Same image. It's in plastic. Check that out, man. Warner Brothers. Look at the Warner Brothers watermark right there. There's the back. Check that out. And same with the Laserdisc. Had that image. And I'm going to show you another magazine cover with that image. Here's the Laserdisc in plastic. Superman the movie. I know listeners, I encourage you to go to the YouTube channel. I'm trying to make this engaging for the listener, and I'm failing, I think, when I'm talking about items that you can't see. But it's on StreamYard. I'm sorry, it's on... let me show you some other stuff. It's on, you could see this on YouTube and the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, or you could see it on Twitch. I don't know if it's on Twitch after the fact or if it's just while I'm live like I am right now. Anyway, let me get back to the magazine covers and things I've prepared to show you. So that same image was on People magazine. These are all items from my collection that I photographed earlier today. I want to recommend some sites, too, some really good websites if you're into Superman in general. Superman homepage. There's a gentleman in Australia who's run that for decades. It's an extremely extensive website on Superman, all things Superman. And then I recommend Caped Wonder, Jim Bowers, capedwonder.com. He specializes in the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. I could talk about him more later. Let me see any comments that might be coming in. Sarah says, May 14th was my birthday. I'll be happy. Wow, that's pretty cool. So jealous you have those signatures. Don't be jealous. Please, you could probably find some yourself online, and it's better not to have them personalized. I like them personalized, of course, but I appreciate it, brother. Let me show you guys some more stuff, and then we'll get to those clips of extended scenes. I love this cover. Pizzazz magazine. This is ironic because it was a Marvel publication. Marvel Comics had this magazine, Pizzazz, which I subscribed to, and it was canceled. This is the very last issue of Pizzazz. And look what it says in the dialogue bubble. Superman, Christopher Reeve as Superman, is saying, I consider it the greatest honor of my long career to be on the cover of a Marvel magazine. So Marvel is promoting the competition, DC Comics major motion picture in their last issue of Pizzazz magazine. That was a cool magazine. It had original Star Wars comics in it, comedy, all sorts of stuff. But there's my copy. I have 2 copies of that. That wasn't my subscription copy. I got that after the fact. My copy I got in the mail is all beaten up. The cover's loose. I read it to death. That was a cool magazine. Look at this other issue of that magazine. TV Spider-Man, Nicholas Hammond. And there is a TV Spider-Man connection to Superman the movie. Ellen Bry, who was the lead female in that Spider-Man show, and she later starred in Saint Elsewhere on NBC. She was Lois Lane's stunt double for a scene shot during the production of Superman the movie and Superman 2 in New York City in July 1977, where she jumped from the window. It was a scene that Donner shot that was cut from the theatrical Superman 2, but was restored in Superman 2, the Donner cut. I'm going to play that scene in a little bit. It's a great scene, and Ellen Bry was Lois's stunt double. And it also established that scene where she jumps out of the window, that there's a fruit stand in front of the Daily Planet, which you saw in the beginning of all the movies, I think, except for Superman 3 and Superman 1, Superman 2. You see that shot, fresh fruit and vegetables, of a cart of fruit and vegetables, and that's where Lois lands. And this is the hardest pizzazz magazine to find. This one with Spider-Man on the cover. It really is. Cool, says Danny. My brother from another mother in South Carolina. He says, I love the Spidey TV show. It was from 1978, my friend. He says, I love the Spidey TV show from 76. Hey, it doesn't matter, but it was 1978. CBS. I got 1 or 2 autographs. Yeah, you do. Danny, we went live with our friend Sarah the other night on her channel, My Flock is Everywhere, on YouTube. And you generously showed a lot of your awesome autographs. The Duke, you have so many autographs of people that are sadly no longer with us. I was so impressed. And we got to meet up sometime. And you played that video of Dave Sandstrom, who popped into chat earlier, visiting you there in South Carolina. Now, this magazine, this is an awesome one. This is not an adaptation of the movie into comic book form. This is about the making of the movie, and it's loaded with photographs, information, an interview with Richard Donner, all the stars. Let me show you some pictures. I photographed some of it for you. There's buxom Eve Tessmacher, played by Valerie Perrine. By the way, it really ticks me off. There's a terrible clickbait thumbnail of her then and now, and it's obviously been doctored, and they try to make her look terrible, like she's missing teeth and stuff, like she's destitute. And I just hate that. I hate clickbait like that. But that's her in her glory days. And of course, she was in the Lenny Bruce movie. That was really what put her on the map. And she also was in a cool movie with Lee Majors I have on 16 millimeter film called Agency with Robert Mitchum. And that was a good conspiracy theory movie nobody's heard of. Really good movie. It's a drive-in B movie, but it's a good movie. And Lee Majors was the star, and Valerie Perrine's in it, like I said. Now, inside of this magazine here, there's a nice little gatefold, a double truck, as we say in the print world, and that's also on the inside of the record album, the soundtrack to Superman the movie. But that's inside of this, that, and I love that picture, and then also inside, I'm going to put this up for a minute in case anyone is watching on their television. You can watch this show on your TV if you have the YouTube app, which is free. If you have Pluto TV or a smart TV, just add YouTube if you haven't already, and then go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. Subscribe if you want, don't have to. But you could just watch the video. Look up Superman the Movie 45th Anniversary Trivia will be the title, with a thumbnail showing that this will be the thumbnail. Well, listeners, it won't mean shit to, but that'll be the thumbnail of the video. So you'll know you're looking at the right one on replay. So I want to put that up for TV viewers so you can pause it and maybe read or zoom. I don't know if you can. But also inside is a nice piece on whom we just talked about in trivia, Kirk Allen, the TV serial Superman, and Noel Neal. And their scene in Superman, the movie that was cut down. They had dialogue that was cut down. They're just... Basically, it's like a featured extra bit in the theatrical version, but there was more to it in the extended cut. I like this shot. By the way, let's talk about that cool costume that Marlon Brando as Jor-El is wearing with that cool wig. And by the way, the Super Baby, he committed suicide. This is a sad factoid. Quigley was the name of the boy who played the Super Baby, and he was teased in school for playing the Super Baby. Let me look it up. I'm going to make sure I get his name right. Jim Bowers would know off the top of his head. He's the one that told me this story years ago when he lived in Atlanta. Quigley. And I'll say this while I'm struggling to find this as I'm live. Look at that cool costume. It had that reflective material on screen. Look, that's a rare shot where you see it without the reflective material added. It's all jagged looking. It's kind of a trip. How sad, though, that kid committed suicide. Let me look it up. Make sure I got it right. Lee Quigley, who played the infant Superman in the 1978 film, came from an unstable home and suffered schoolyard bullying. He died in 1991. Let me find it. There we go. He died in 1991 at age 14 from inhalant abuse. Okay, I don't know why I thought suicide. So according to Wikipedia, that's what killed him. Wow. Okay. Let's get to some fun facts, not some morbid facts. There's a nice little feature inside of this DC Comics adaptation of Superman the movie on Superman, the world's mightiest hero. And I love that shot at the bottom of the page, which I have in color in my collection, where Chris Reeve is reaching for the stars and he was about to catapult into superstardom. Going to play some comedic bits in a bit. There's director Richard Donner, a nice piece on him. God rest his soul. He sadly also is no longer with us. I did a really nice podblast on Richard Donner talking about his television work. It was like 6 hours long. I mean, if you need help going to sleep and you don't have melatonin, put on that show. I'm kidding. It was the clips I found were amazing. It's audio clips only, but it is on video if you want to see my fat head. But I don't show video clips. I didn't have StreamYard yet, but I did a nice tribute to Richard Donner when he passed away a couple of years ago. I'm pretty proud of it, actually. It's a good documentary piece. Continuing on the inside, there's some more shots of Richard Donner directing the stars. Susanna York as Laura in the bottom image. Gene Hackman top left. And then, of course, Marlon Brando as Jor-El top right, with a black and white shot of the non-reflective costume without the reflective material added. There's a great article on Chris Reeve. I don't think anyone could zoom on YouTube and read it, but I just wanted to show the imagery at least. And then there's the piece on Gene Hackman. Margot Kidder. Now that is a publicity shot from Superman 2. She's looking at Clark Kent suspiciously. We'll watch that scene in a moment. You saw at the end of Superman the movie, the theatrical version, she's starting to put things together. Wait a minute, Lois. Oh, that's the craziest thing you ever. Anyway, she's like, you never see Clark and Superman at the same place at the same time. It directly ties into the original opening of Superman 2 envisioned by Richard Donner. Piece on Marlon Brando. That's what the reflective effect added. Production designs of the costumes. Composer John Williams, a nice piece on him scoring his epic and Oscar award nominated score to Superman the movie. And now there's the inside back cover rather. That's the inside back cover. I love it, where it shows 35 millimeter cells, or at least it's designed to look like 35 millimeter film cells. And a great heroic shot of Chris Reeve on the left in black and white. And here's the back cover. I love that. Hang on, let me just. I love that. So, there's my. Now we're gonna get to some clips. Let me just see if there's anything else I wanted to show you here. Yes, when I met Dana and Chris Reeve at that wonderful day, that's from that day. There's Chris Reeve and Dana Reeve. And Dana Reeve sadly had a bad fate as well. She passed away of lung cancer, and she was not a smoker. She was an excellent singer. She performed in nightclubs, and who knows how this works. It might have been secondhand smoke, but I mean, people can get lung cancer that never smoked a day in their lives. Yes, Sarah's channel is My Flock. I called it My Flock is Everywhere. I'm sorry, Sarah. Let me put that on the screen. And Sarah's in California State. Let's see here. Oh, I have it on my TV. Roku. Yeah, Roku can pull up YouTube on a TV. Sarah, I'm sorry I botched the name of your YouTube channel. I have it on the screen. I had that magazine in my youth, Danny says. But isn't that a great shot? That was from 1994, May 1994. You know what, though? I just remembered something. Dude, if Caped Wonder, Jim Bauer's out there watching, he's scolding me. That was that same year, but that was at a Somewhere in Time convention. So his appearance, I just remembered, in Atlanta at the Castlegate Hotel, which has been bulldozed. It was a great hotel in May of 94. When I met him, that was really his second appearance because he would do a convention with his wife in Michigan to promote or to honor, to celebrate fans of Somewhere in Time, which was an awesome time travel movie that he was in. That's what that's from. But he looked pretty much the same. And the last movie he had just completed was Village of the Damned, the remake with Mark Hamill. Fun fact, Mark Hamill and Chris Reeve share the same birthday. They have the same birthday. Did you know that? Luke Skywalker and our Superman in real life share the same birthday. About smoking, Danny says, I've been smoking since I was 13. I'm 57 now. Well, okay then. Well, unfortunately, you know, I can't comment one way or the other on that. And Sarah says, sexy, Dan. All right. So, yeah, so this was from just weeks before I met him, but that picture that's on the screen now, to be fair, that is from a Somewhere in Time convention at Mackinac Island in Michigan. Now, let me see if there's anything else I wanted to show you, and then we'll get to the clips. All right, we'll get back to it. Let me, there's another comment. Danny in South Carolina says, oops, 58. Oops, November 13th. Oh, you just turned 58 back on November 13th, 2023? You're young at heart, brother. You're young at heart. Let me get to some clips now. How long have I gone? 2 hours, 38 minutes. I'd pulled these clips, and I want to get to them now. I have a great clip to close the show. I sound like, not the hair suckery. Great clips. I do have a great clip with the Superman the movie theme and scenes from the movie, but I'm saving it for the end because I think that's a killer, a YouTube stream killer. So I'm going to do it at the end. I'm going to do like a quote-unquote sign-off for the listeners with my regular theme. And then for you, I will play this great piece of video and audio that will probably be taken down from YouTube, but it'll be up everywhere else. And I got to get to some other features. Let me play some comedy. Sarah loves comedy. This probably would have been advertised back in 1982. This commercial during that ABC TV presentation of Superman the movie. Let's watch this commercial together.
I was overweight and looked terrible, but AIDS helped me lose 46 pounds. The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight, yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question, why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
I was overweight and looked terrible, but AIDS...
Talk about an unfortunate and badly timed name of a product. AIDS diet candies. Jeez, that was right when AIDS was hitting. I know, isn't that terrible? Oh, man, that product went nowhere fast because that was, talk about bad timing. I think I have another comedy clip. Let me see here. We'll get back to Superman. Yes, AIDS will take the weight off. It's a very unfortunate thing. I'm sorry. Not making light of AIDS. Listen, we know there's a cure for it. Magic Johnson. If you have the money, there's a cure for anything, in my opinion, but I could be wrong. I probably need to take a break. Oh, I have another funny ad. This ties into something, my character actor of the week, but I do need to stay on Superman, but I need to take a brief break from Superman. I'm going to play a clip of Donny Osmond and Rita Coolidge. It's only 2 minutes long. But I love this from the Donnie Marie Show. This is from the fall of 78 because it ties into 78. We're talking about the 45th anniversary of Superman the movie from December 15th, 1978. But around that time, this aired.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rita Coolidge.
Must be something special about the way you love me tonight.
You know that I can't remember when I felt this right. 'Cause loving you the way I do has made me feel like a shooting star, shining bright and shining far. I wonder how I ever got along without you. Something very special about you. You're everything about it's true. Baby, it's you. I'm talking about you. Oh, I'm sitting back and watching my life go by until you came along and picked me up.
Oh, and now I'm starting out a brand new life. Everything I say is all because of you, boy, giving me a new joy. I wonder how I ever got along without you. Something very special about you. You're everything about it's true. Baby, it's you. I'm talking about you. Oh, you. Something very special about you. You're everything about it's true. Baby, it's you. I'm talking about you. You.
Actually, I like that song. I like the original song by Rita Coolidge. This next segment is brought to you by Natural Light. Oh, let me get this comment. Oh, I blew my own little... There we go. Take two. This next segment is brought to you by Natural Light.
Give me an Anheuser-Busch Natural Light.
Just say natural.
You see, you doesn't have to call it Anheuser-Busch Natural Light, and you doesn't have to call it Anheuser Natural, and you doesn't have to call it Busch Natural. Just say natural.
Johnson's right.
Oh, you can call me Ray, or you can call me Jay, or you can
For
call
a
me
great
Johnson.
tasting light beer, just say natural.
But you doesn't have to call me Johnson.
2 naturals, please.
Please don't ask him his name.
Name? You can call me Ray, or you can call me...
You're going to hear more about him in a moment. That's my character actor of the week. I totally screwed up what I wanted to do. Now, let's listen to... I have a couple interviews about getting back to Superman, the movie, because it is the 45th anniversary of the movie, which is come and gone. And then I have my nostalgic rant of the week. I've got some other fun things, I think, about nostalgia coming up. But let me now play for you... Oh, I was going to save this nice version of the Superman, the movie theme for when I need a break. I'm good now. Let me find... Here's the destruction of Superman. I've referenced this stuff. I need to show it. And if the stream goes down, it'll come back up. What's the expression? What goes down will come back up. What goes up must come down. What must come down must come back up. Whatever. But let's try to watch this together. Man, that's a dramatic scene. I don't mean to make light of that. And you could hear more music in a lot of parts than in the theatrical version. Very dramatic stuff there. I just love it. Katie is in the house. She's in Michigan State. We were just talking about Mackinac Island somewhere in time earlier. I do have a couple other extended scenes I want to share with you now. Really good stuff. Here's a scene that shows a little more of the brutality of Lex Luthor that was cut, where he beats the crap out of poor Otis as Otis hangs out of the back of an ambulance towards the end of the scene. Here it is right here. And what's happened was Lex Luthor realizes that Otis put the wrong XK-101 codes, launch codes, into the rocket where he could control it, where Lex Luthor could control it to explode in Southern California and cause that massive earthquake for his real estate scheme. Easy for me to say. So I just want to set this up. So now he's going to beat the ever-loving crap out of Otis, and he's just generally meaner than in the movie where he showed panache and he was kind of, and you're going to see him string up Miss Tessmacher in a cut scene too. He had creatures in a pit in a cut scene. I'm not going to show you. It shows that there's creatures in a pit, and Otis feeds them like a rack of meat. And the meat goes down, up comes Bones, and that's not in the theatrical version in Lex Luthor's lair beneath the city of Metropolis. And so at the end, I'm getting ahead of myself, he feeds Miss Tessmacher to those creatures in the pit, or tries to. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Here's the scene where Otis is just fuming mad at Otis and Miss Eve Tessmacher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Luthor. I am sorry. I just got mixed up. I'll go in there and I'll fix that thing, Mr. Luthor.
Okay, Otis, it's okay. There's another XK-101 being launched at the same time.
See, there's another XK-101 being launched at exactly the same time.
I just said that. No, she said there was a XK-101 being launched at exactly the same time, Mr. Luthor. Don't tell me that.
But there is another XK-101 being launched at exactly the same time.
I told you not to tell me that! Mr. Luthor, please, go on. Oh, no, not that. Mr. Luthor, please. She didn't mean it. Mr. Shut up in there! Mr. Luthor, are you mad?
You did it again, Otis. You
Miss
did it
Tessmacher,
again.
I think he was angry.
He did
But
not
all he said, he doesn't
say
want you to see.
I know, but he didn't say.
But he always hits me. Mr. Luthor, come on, let me do it again, because I can get it right this time.
Otis!
I got experience now.
Otis, how would you like the heady experience of being thrown from a moving vehicle?
You want to bite of that?
Get it right, will you?
Yes, Mr. Luthor.
McDonald, I thought you told me this road was supposed to be blocked off.
Jablonski, didn't you tell me this road was blocked?
I didn't ask him, I asked you.
All right, follow me. Follow me, then.
Back that thing off the road.
Back that thing up out of here.
Back it off the road.
Off the road.
Back it off the road. Fellas, we can get back into that thing and back it off the road. We've got a convoy. Get it off the road.
totally screwed that up, and I better stop it right there because it's getting into theatrical stuff. That was after Lex, and I said Otis gets mad. I meant, of course, Lex gets mad. You already saw the aftermath. He's been punched in the face in that cut scene. I thought I pulled that clip. I'll have to show it next week then. I don't think I have it, but Otis is hanging out of the back of the ambulance, and Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor is beating him in the face pretty savagely. So my bad, that wasn't the right clip, but that still is an extended scene where he's beating on the back of the ambulance. Shut up in there! And just shows he could be kind of a D-I-C-K. Now, here's a brief extended scene. It's not an extended scene. Let me back up. The scene where Superman in the theatrical version spins and burrows underground, the music was cut. I just want to quickly show it with the music because I think it's much more effective with the music that's on the soundtrack. So let's watch that together, shall we? And I'm sorry about my mistake. I'm a perfectionist, like the Cable Guy said, played by Jim Carrey in The Cable Guy. Hate to make mistakes. But let's play where Superman spins. And again, this music is only in the extended version, not in the theatrical, and it's on the soundtrack too. And was in 1978 in that double album you see in the background. I always wondered, wait, where's that music from? It's from here in the extended version. There you have it. Now, anyone that was watching on YouTube, the stream went down. Hopefully it'll be back up. And I showed you a little more of an extended scene, a great extended scene, where Superman's powers are being tested by Lex Luthor. And that scene was restored in the 1998 Superman the Movie Special Edition, along with the scene that I've talked about, with the only scene with Chris Reeve and Marlon Brando together in the Fortress of Solitude after Superman's first night. So that scene was also shown in the Topps cards, and it was in the two-night ABC 1982 broadcast. The Superman the Movie premiere with all those wonderful extended scenes. It was in there as well. So, let's see what I got here. I have another clip. The problem with that last clip in terms of YouTube was that it did feature a little bit of theatrical elements. I'm looking at some comments now as I wait for hopefully the stream to return to YouTube. And again, no rights are given or implied. I do not own the rights to these scenes. This is just for educational purposes where I'm showing scenes that were cut or changed for the extended versions of Superman the movie. So now let me get back to some other stuff here. Intermission. Now, what else I had prepared? I'm going to start talking about that. I want to give away another Blu Ray of Superman, the 3-hour cut. All you have to do now is just the first person that says claim. I'll mail you a copy of the Blu Ray of Superman, the movie extended cut. Please only claim it if you can play Blu Rays. Or, well, it won't be DVD. It's got to be Blu-ray. So if you can play Blu-rays on a Blu-ray player or an Xbox, then claim it. Now, let me see something here. We'll check one more thing out, and then we'll get back. Let me see something here. I just got a notice. Well, doggone it, it was interrupted, and I hope it'll come back up. This is really bad audio. Let me see what I got here. I want to mention, I talked earlier about Ellen Bry, who starred in St. Elsewhere, and she was in the Spider-Man TV show. I forgot to mention there was a great interview with her by Superman Homepage and by Caped Wonder, the Superman podcast. That was an audio-only interview with them. But there's a great video, and that one's great too. No disrespect to that interview. But there's also a wonderful one on video with Ellen Bry on the Superman homepage. And Ellen Bry was Lois Lane's stunt woman in Superman, the movie's production in Superman 2 scenes, where Lois jumps from the window, which was ultimately cut, but put back in Superman 2, the Donner cut. And that's Ellen Bry. And of course, she went on to do other things. And she was featured on the front page of the New York, was it the New York Daily News? Yeah, Lois Leaps. And she shows that. She has that rare newspaper from 1977 of her doing the stunt. It was on the front page of that paper. And usually they have sensational stories, she explained in the interview. So it was kind of neat that they featured her on the cover. Okay, we're back on YouTube. Those that are on YouTube, I was explaining and I was waiting for you to come back that I played a scene that had a little bit too much of the theatrical scene that the bots recognized and whatnot. I figured the extended scenes are okay. I don't own these scenes. I'm not making money off of these scenes. It's just for educational purposes here tonight. Let's see here. Dare I try to play that scene where Lois, I don't know, I better wait and just talk a little bit before I play another clip because I don't want the stream to go down permanently. I guess I can talk about really quickly and show you some more pictures. I just have 4 more pictures I want to show you, not about Superman the movie. It's time for a regular segment, the nostalgic rant of the week. And now I have a little video piece I like to put up before I start that. Here it is right here.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Come on, punk. Come on. You want some more?
Come on, punk! So it's my nostalgic rant of the week. Want to talk about, I mentioned this last time. I love MeTV. I love them. I mean it. I talked about last time how they skipped some episodes of the Beverly Hillbillies, which was perplexing because they usually put a disclaimer in front of a show that might have some objectionable content by today's standards, be it All in the Family or a Western. But in the case of the Beverly Hillbillies, they just skipped the episodes entirely. And I'm going to show you some pictures of a skipped episode from this week. And I think you'll understand why MeTV chose to skip it. Now, it's their right. But the problem is the Beverly Hillbillies, only seasons 1 of 5 of the total 9 seasons are out on DVD. However, Pluto TV has a Beverly Hillbillies channel, including episodes on demand. And that's where I took these shots from one of the skipped episodes. It's hilarious, this episode, but I can understand why it's skipped. Let's just say gender issues were involved. I'll explain when I get to the photos. But the 2 episodes that were skipped this week on MeTV at 9 o'clock, Monday through Friday, prime time, were the Season 8, Episode 23 episodes, Hotel for Women, and Season 8, Episode 24, titled Simon Legree Drysdale. And I don't like that they're skipping episodes because they're an awesome channel for people that love classic TV, memorable TV, hence the brand MeTV. I don't know if they have a rogue program director. I don't know internally how they do this. If they have one program director for the evening, for prime time versus daytime, because they play all sorts of objectionable stuff in the daytime, although they have skipped a Matlock episode or 2 in the daytime. One of them for content, I've talked about it before, Season 1, Episode 4, The Stripper of Matlock was skipped, and there's nothing that's a violation of the FCC or any broadcasting codes of ethics or standards. I mean, I don't understand why it was skipped. And it is available because, just like I talked about Beverly Hillbillies, Matlock is on Pluto TV. But now let me show you some pictures I took of this episode, Hotel for Women, that was skipped this past week. They skipped these 2 episodes in a row, and it was with the character of Shorty. Let me see here. Oh, shoot. Yeah, MeTV is great, and I still love MeTV. I'm not trying to talk down about them. I'll still watch them. I'll watch them to the day I die as long as they're around. But let me just show you some pictures I took and explain why I think this episode was skipped. Hotel for Women. Nope, not that one. Oh, no, Chris, I'm not trying to play that. Hang on. I'm messing up bad tonight. Hang on, Chris and Dana. Hang on a second. There we go. All right. Here's the Hotel for Women. The signs are the problem, for one thing, in this episode. This is why it was skipped on MeTV. And let me explain. Now, let me get you a close-up. There is Shorty. What's happening in the plot? Is that going now? I can't tell if you can hear me or not. I am really messing up bad tonight. Okay, I think you can hear me. Cool. Let me look at some comments. Can you still hear me while I show these images? Hey, John Orchard. Yeah, subscribe to Sarah. She's really good. Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, cool. So now it's caught up. Let me show you some more pictures. Look at the size. This is why I think this episode was skipped. Single girls only, but really this one. No one over 30. So no women over 30 are allowed. Now, here's the other objectionable part by today's standards of the show. Now, Jethro wants to get in on the action with the secretaries. What's happening is in the story, Shorty married a 25-year-old secretary, and Jethro's trying to convince her to annul the marriage to Shorty because he wants Shorty to marry someone who's more age-appropriate to Shorty and who's very unattractive. It looks more like Shorty does. Because Shorty is not a very attractive dude. But, so he rebuilds the cabin in back of the mansion, and he's going to show his bride, who's a secretary at Drysdale's bank, what she needs to do on Shorty's farm when they get back to the country. Milking cows, that sort of thing. So that's what's going on in the scene. So while the hillbillies are out back, they tell Shorty, you can stay in the mansion while we're staying out back. And so he goes, okay, fine. So he opens up a hotel for women, charging $1 a day to women 30 or under that are single. Jethro notices when he goes into the house, all these young girls, he goes, I want to get on this. And Shorty's like, nope, you got to be women only. So what does he do? He does like he did in season 1 where he played Jethreen. He goes in drag. Now Jethro it has an issue with this. As you can see, now it's not hate speech, it's not mean, the dialogue is pretty tame, really. But I can see why someone who's overly sensitive would have a problem with this scene. Get another shot of old Max Baer Jr., who's the only surviving member of the Beverly Hillbillies cast in that scene. So anyway, I just want to explain that is why that episode was skipped. Let me see some comments coming in. Thanks for the shout out. Hey, John Orchard, no problem, brother. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad y'all are talking amongst yourselves, and I love that. Let me get back to something else I want to show for y'all. I'm going to try to play yet another scene, and I hope this doesn't mean that the stream will go down again. God dang it. Learning this live sometimes is challenging. Okay. I'm going to try to play this trailer. This is the nostalgic trailer of TV from October 1976, Halloween 1976, a rare crossover of the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman with the Fembots. Introduce the Fembots. Let me see if I can get away with this.
This is Lindsay Wagner. Here are some scenes from the next episode of The Bionic Woman.
Robots, I call them Fembots. These mannequins aren't going to fool anybody.
Good morning, Mr. Goldman.
Good morning, Miss Callahan. Kidnap Oscar Goldman.
I order all action units to kill me as soon as possible. Goodbye.
Amy, cut the magnetic car! Capture. Increase power on the Fembots.
You're no match for us, Summers.
They're stronger than bionics.
This is Lee Majors. Don't miss the next episode of The $6 Million Man.
My Fembots are as strong as your bionics, and you're outnumbered.
You're gonna kill Oscar.
Now, will you surrender?
Steve Austin is one of Franklin's robots. Robots.
Bionics.
The Fembot Terror continues on The $6 Million Man with guest star, the Bionic Woman. Who is the real Oscar? Who is the real Steve? A fight to the death on The $6 Million Man. Bond is back, and everybody wants him dead. Live and Let Die, the Sunday night movie, right after The $6 Million Man.
Sunday starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Man, I love that clip. Live and Let Die. Chef Culpepper, great character actor, Clifton James. And he played that character in Superman too, in the theatrical scenes. I mean, in the scenes shot in theatrical and extended by Richard Lester, the director who replaced Richard Donner in the completed Superman 2. So, okay, I just want to play those things. I still want to play a couple more things from Superman, the movie. Maybe I should play an interview. That's what I'm going to do. I know this will be okay. Let me play a 2-minute interview of Chris Reeve as we celebrate the 45th anniversary of Superman the movie, talking about the film before it went wide in wide release.
Chris Reeve, if you had to have begun your career in a big way again, would you rather have done it without Superman?
In other words, to try it without the cape and without the boots, leave them to cleaners. I don't know. You see, it was a gamble. You know, can you play a part which is very identifiable to the public and then still hope to have a normal career afterwards? I churned that over in my brain 2 years ago and made that decision, and fortunately it's paying off because the offers that are happening for me now are taking me to exactly the places I wanted to go, so I'm delighted.
What are those places? What sort of offers?
A variety of comedic roles, you know, sort of Jimmy Stewart, Cary Grant sort of things, like comedies, to very heavy, serious, epic dramas, to romances. The one I am going to do now is actually, the next picture is for Ray Stark, who's the producer of this evening's program, called Somewhere in Time, which I will be shooting actually somewhere in Michigan this summer, and it's a Victorian love story. And this is, you know, no special effects, just 4 characters and walking and talking and all those things. You know.
Had you played any comedy before you did Superman?
Yes, I had, as a matter of fact, but in summer stock and in repertory theater, I'd played Noel Coward and I'd played Somerset Maugham and the classics, you know, Congreve and Sheridan and stuff. But I don't know. I'm trying to sort of find my niche.
Is that where you were spotted, in summer stock?
No. I had been in summer stock as a kid. I was actually found by for this part, for Superman, by a very astute casting agent named Lynn Stallmaster in Los Angeles.
With this mountain of offers landing on your desk or whatever every day, do you trust your own judgment to judge from the printed page, which is very difficult? Do you get advice? What?
I feel, well, everyone says, you know, I mean, I get stacks, you know, sort of 4, 5, 6 things come every week. I can't trust anybody to read for me. So I'm thinking about a course in speed reading, or else, you know, sort of burning the midnight oil, because if I had a reader, I just would say, oh yeah, are you sure? You know, I wouldn't trust the judgment at all. So I read everything, and I find that I read the script first to see how it works as a movie, rather than just flipping the page looking for where do I come in. And then I go back and look for my own part, and you just get a feeling. It's like meeting a person. You can either trust them or you sense their honesty, whatever. It comes off the page as well, I believe.
Yeah, I know. It'll get caught up. God, I guess that clip was not okay. I thought the interview, and it was after Superman the movie was released, as you heard, because he's talking about Somewhere in Time, which is a great movie, Somewhere in Time. Let me see something. I'm going to play something else. Let's talk about our character actor of the week. I think I need to do that. Let's see here. But before I get to the character actor of the week, I've got to talk about Remind Magazine. If you're watching this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, the odds are you're into nostalgia. Well, the holidays are pretty much a thing of the past by now, by the time you see this or hear this. But you can still give this as a birthday gift. Remind Magazine is only $1 an issue. Out the door, including tax, including shipping. A whole year you can give of Remind Magazine. And how you do that is simply go to remindmagazine.com and place your order. And the person that you give this to for a birthday gift will think you spent a heck of a lot more than just $12. Now, what is Remind Magazine? Well, it's a monthly magazine, each and every month, loaded with interesting articles, games, full-color photos, interviews with your favorite stars, creators, personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers fresh takes on popular entertainment from days gone by. And each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly theme features from the 1950s through the 1990s. You can order old school by calling them toll-free at 855-773-6463, and an order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription. That's 855-773-6463. If you want to speak with a human being, not a bot, and place your order, only $12. Introductory offer for the first year. That's incredible. Regular price is $4.95 plus tax per issue. So that's a heck of a deal from Remind Magazine. Just go to remindmagazine.com or give them a call. So now, I know I see the comments coming in. Well, we're back. Yep. We're back on YouTube. I don't think I ever left on Twitch or Twitter or Facebook Live, but yeah, YouTube just gives me grief. John Orchard comments, I retired today. I will now be writing full-time and try to help others. Well, that's very commendable, John. Enjoy your retirement. I think that's super awesome. No pun intended, because we're talking about Superman the movie's 45th anniversary, that you're retired. That's really cool. Let me see here what else I have for you tonight. Okay, we talked about our friends at Remind Magazine. Go to remindmagazine.com. Already talked about the skipped episodes of the Beverly Hillbillies, which is, I want consistency. Why is it that they can play other shows with a disclaimer and then just skip others? It's almost like they have a problem with the South. You know what I'm saying? The Hillbillies. Let me just find now. I'm going to try to play this. Yes, we are. We are back. I just keep going. When this goes down on YouTube, I just keep going. I'm going to get back to the Superman the movie extended clips and Superman 2 Donner cut, just a couple clips. I guess I'll play one right now. It's probably foolish. I bet this will kill my stream permanently. But I'm trying to find my information. Yes. Here, I'll just do this first before I get to those clips. I'm all over the place. This is so hard to do this live sometimes. I'm trying to look at comments. I'm trying to do this right. The character actor spotlight. This is the point of the show where I honor the nostalgic work of a nostalgic performer. This time I'm talking about Bill Saluga. Well, who's Bill Saluga? Well, I played this earlier. In case you weren't here, maybe this will jog your memory.
Give me an Anheuser-Busch Natural Light.
Just say natural.
You see, you doesn't have to call it Anheuser-Busch Natural Light, and you doesn't have to call it Anheuser Natural, and you doesn't have to call it Busch Natural. Just say natural.
Johnson's right.
Oh, you can call me Ray, or you can call me Jay, or you can
For
call
a
me
great tasting light beer, just say natural.
But you doesn't have to call me Johnson.
2 naturals, please.
Please don't ask him his name.
Name? You can call me Ray, or you can call me...
Remember him? Well, that wasn't his real name, Bill Saluga. But here's another little piece from another TV show of him doing his famous bit. And I'll tell you a little bit about him. Hang on.
How are you this week, Mr. Johnson?
You doesn't have to call me Johnson. My name is Raymond J. Johnson, Jr. Now, you can call me Ray, or you can call me Jay, or you can call me Johnny, or you can call me Sonny, or you can call me Johnny, or you can call me Ray J, or you can call me RJ, or you can call me RJJ, or you can call me RJJ Jr. But you don't have to call me Johnson.
Bill Saluga was his real name. At the start of the clip, I said that wasn't his real name. I'm messing up so bad. I got that backwards. Well, who was Bill Saluga? Well, Bill Saluga was born William Saluga back on September 16th, 1937. He was obviously a comedian and a founding member of the improv comedy troupe Ace Trucking Company. He appeared on several television programs, including Seinfeld. Saluga was born on Thursday, September 16th, 1937, in Youngstown, Ohio. And when Saluga was 10, his father was killed in an industrial accident at the Republic Steel Mill where he worked, and his mother supported the family by working as a bookkeeper. Saluga, now known as Billy to his friends and family, was a high school cheerleader and class clown. After graduation, Billy served 2 years in the Navy and then began working as a performer in local theaters. Saluga spent several years performing in Youngstown, Ohio theaters and clubs. He played numerous roles in notable productions, including Guys and Dolls and Inherit the Wind, and Saluga became a talent coordinator for The Steve Allen Show. Steve Allen, the original host of The Tonight Show, before Johnny Carson took over in 1962. In 1969, he created the Johnson character while a member of the comedy troupe Ace Trucking Company. Saluga's shtick as the character Johnson would be when someone referred to him as Mr. Johnson, or by the common generic nickname Johnson. And then he would exaggeratedly feign offense. He'd pretend and fake that he was offended and list off all sorts of versions of the name Raymond J. Johnson Jr. and nicknames thereof that do not mention the word Johnson. He's kind of a one-trick pony, but he was talented. Saluga would then smugly turn away and begin puffing on his cigar. Saluga's routine received more widespread attention in the late 1970s after being used in a series of commercials for Miller Lite beer. Nope. Yeah, Miller Lite. I was right the first time. When I was with Al Hardy and Tom Williams last week, we were all together in Al's studio, and we talked about this, and I was like, hey, he was in the Miller Lite ads. I'm right. It was Miller Lite, and then later Natural Light beer ads, and I played that Natural Light beer ad just a moment ago in the 80s. That's an Anheuser-Busch product, Natural Light. More like natural piss. Excuse me, friend. Family show. Saluga appeared alongside comedian and pitchman Norm Crosby, echoing in a roundabout way Norm's advice to unknowing customers on how to more easily order the lengthily named beer. Well, you doesn't have to call it Anheuser-Busch Natural Light beer, and you doesn't have to call it Busch Natural. Just say natural. Saluga then later launches into the "You can call me Ray" routine after Cosby warns, "Don't ask Johnson his name." Now, from 1977 to 1978, Bill Saluga appeared regularly as Raymond J. Johnson Jr. on Red Fox's variety show, and I just played a clip of that, of one of those appearances just now. Saluga as Johnson also made appearances on This Is Tom Jones, Laugh-In, and The David Steinberg Show. He also made appearances on Chuck Barris's The Gong Show. I love that show, The Gong Show. I wish they would air that because of music rights. Supposedly, it can't air anywhere. I would love to see it on Buzzer or MeTV. Or streaming on Pluto TV. Have a Gong Show channel. Let's do it, right? Like they did the Sid and Marty Krofft channel recently. I love that channel. So he was on The Gong Show during 1977 and 1978. And there also was a novelty disco single, I should have pulled this clip, but I didn't, called Dancin' Johnson, based around Johnson's shtick, released in 1978. Man, I got to find that. A 1978 episode of Good Times. Anytime you make a payment, good time. Anytime you feel free. A 1978 episode of Good Times contained a scene where Keith, while intoxicated, recited that "You can call me Ray, and you can call me Jay," which was at the height of its popularity. Bob Dylan referenced that "You can call me" shtick in his 1979 hit, Gotta Serve Somebody, when he sings, "You may call me Terry, you may call me Timmy, you may call me Bobby, you may call me Zimmy, you may call me RJ, you may call me Jay, you may call me anything, but no matter what you say you're gonna have to serve somebody." The idea for the verse originated from Jerry Wexler, who suggested it during the recording sessions for Slow Train Coming. Almost done talking about this gentleman. Oh, thank God. I thought I lost my notes. The character's popularity is referenced in multiple episodes of The Simpsons. The Simpsons. I can't do it. I'm off key tonight. With Saluga appearing as himself in the 2002 episode titled The Old Man and the Key. Saluga also appeared as Johnson in the 2010 King of the Hill episode, Just Another Manic Con Day. I love King of the Hill. I like that better than Beavis and Butthead. Man, I love King of the Hill. God, I love that. I missed that show. I got a bunch of them on DVD. So, Bill Saluga sadly died from cardiopulmonary arrest in Los Angeles, California on Tuesday, March 28th, 2023, at the age of 85. Saluga's nephew, Scott Saluga, told the media that his uncle was living in Burbank, California at the time of his death. Saluga did not have any surviving immediate family members. Saluga told friends he didn't mind being typecast and known to the public as Raymond Johnson. Comedian David Steinberg said that, quote, Billy was always doing Ray J. He was relentless with it. I would say Mr. Johnson, and Billy would be off. He did it everywhere. At parties, his timing and delivery were so funny every time, unquote. In 2017, Bill Saluga said that people never recognized him outside of his character and that it gave him great pleasure hearing people perform his shtick in his presence without knowing who he was. Rest in peace, Bill Saluga. He passed away this year in 2023. Whew. Wow. I have a few more clips. Oh, comments. Some comments were coming on the screen here. Yes, he did. Facebook user did. Marty Krofft just die. Yeah, really sad. Gong Show. Yeah. Yeah. Here, I'll give you some information on the Krofft passing real quick, and then I'll get to some more clips. I'm just trying to space them out because the bots are on a search and destroy mission after me tonight. Did it damn go down again? Nope, it didn't. Sid and Marty. And I hope my powerful Shure mic is not picking up the background monitor in another room. Sid and Marty. Wait, Krofft dies. Hang on. Krofft dies. I want to give you some information on that. I reported it on another show, but I'm sure you weren't here for that. Let me get to it. God. Yeah, Marty Krofft dies. November 25th, 2023. Let me just give you some background information on Marty Krofft. What was your favorite Sid and Marty Krofft? Now, we have a comment. Who's your favorite Superman? For me, it's Christopher Reeve. I didn't want to not acknowledge your comment. I'll read it in a minute. I can't see that screen right now. Marty Krofft. All right, let me just briefly talk about him. What was your favorite show produced by Sid and Marty Krofft? You had Lidsville, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters, The Bugaloos, H.R. Puff and Stuff, Electra Woman and Dyna Girl is probably my favorite. Land of the Lost, that's up there too. So many shows, and here in Atlanta, Georgia, they had an indoor theme park in 1976. It lasted about 6 months at the CNN Center. It used to be the Omni International Hotel area. Oh, God dang it. I didn't know he was Canadian. Yeah, Marty Krofft was born in Montreal, Canada in 1937. Apparently he didn't have children. He had a wife, Krista Speck, from 1965 to 2013. And then, of course, his brother, Sid Krofft. But, damn, I'm trying to find... Well, I better move along. Let me read that comment now about the favorite Superman. Who asked that? You can call me Ray, says Facebook user. I wish I could see who's saying that. StreamYard doesn't identify. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't identify who is commenting on Facebook. Hey, John Orchard, he asked, who or is the best Superman? I liked Henry Cavill also, but Chris Reeve is my all-time favorite. I mean, he was just so nice. I mean, he was so down to earth. Great performer. He had a great look, of course. And I don't want to pull this clip. It's on the Letterman channel. There's a funny appearance of Chris Reeve from 1982 or 1983 on Late Night with David Letterman from NBC, where Chris Reeve is talking about working with Marlon Brando on Superman. And it was a rare time where Chris Reeve let it fly, and he threw shade the way of Marlon Brando. It was really, really something. Something to see. But I'm not going to play that clip because that's Letterman's exclusive content, and I'm a big fan of Letterman. I would play clips from the David Letterman show, either CBS or NBC, on my show, audio only, before he launched his Letterman official YouTube channel in February of 2022 for the 40th anniversary of the debut of Late Night with David Letterman on February 1st, 1982. Yeah, it's February 1st, 2022 when he launched that YouTube channel. It's loaded with great clips. Sarah says, eating dinner but listening. I can't believe I haven't put you to sleep. I mean, I know I'm being really boring. But we're going to wrap the show soon. But let me try to play. I want to give her, excuse me. I did promise this. I think this clip will go down. I'll try to play what I can. Steve Martin, I talked about it. I promised it. Steve Martin and Chris Reeve at the Oscars in 1979.
The next award is for Special Achievement for Visual Effects. And to present it, a man who is a special visual effect himself. A wild and crazy guy, Steve Martin.
Thank you very much. I'm Steve Martin. I'm here to present the award for special visual effects. I think you can tell by my expression that it was kind of a compromise for me to come down here tonight because I was nominated last year in the category of Best Live Action Short. And when I lost that award, I made a vow never to show my face around here again. So this is kind of the compromise deal. I'm back. Okay. The Special Achievement Award for Visual Effects in Superman goes to Dennis Coop, Roy Field, Derek Meddings, Colin Chilvers, Zoran Perisic, and Les Bowie. One apiece.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my colleagues and myself, I'd like to thank the Board of Governors of the Academy for these magnificent awards. Sadly, our other associate, Les Bowie, recently passed away. It's a great loss to us and to the industry. We'd like to thank our producer, Richard Donner, our friend and director, and particularly our British crews, without whose support we wouldn't be here this evening. And finally, a thank you to Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeve. What a Superman. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm kind of glad we changed our mind about having Steve Martin give the award to Lord Olivier. In case you're wondering, and many people don't know this, how Superman met Lois Lane, it's never been divulged, but he was getting undressed in a phone booth when he saw scribbled on the wall, "Call Lois for a super night." And here tonight is Superman Christopher Reeve and his favorite girl reporter, Margot Kidder.
Boy, there sure were some incredible special effects in Superman, weren't there?
Yeah, but wait a minute, Margot. You know, not everything in the film was a trick.
Chris, it was just a movie, Chris.
Oh, yeah? Excuse me. Aha! The winner is... Way to go, guys. You deserve it.
Chris, do you mind if we read the nominees first? Would that
Oh, we
go?
got to read. Oh, sorry, if you insist. Okay, now for outstanding achievement in sound, the nominees this year are Tex Rudloff, Joel Fine, Curly Thurwell, and Willie Burton for the Buddy Holly story.
John K. Wilkinson, Robert W. Glass Jr., and John T. Wrights for Days of Heaven. Remaining credits in controversy.
Richard Portman, William McCaughey, Aaron Rochin, and Darren Knight for The Deer Hunter.
Robert Knudsen, Robert T. Glass, Jack McDougall, and Jack Solomon for Hooper.
Gordon McCallum, Graham Hartstone, Nicholas de Mazurier, and Roy Charman for super something.
And the winners are Richard Portman, William McCauley, Aaron Roaching, and Darren Knight for The Deer Hunter.
It's been a long time coming. I have to thank Michael Cimino, who I love, a fine group of technicians at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, and just a wonderful business to be in. It's the honor of my life. Thank you very much.
Pardon me, a special thanks to Michael Cimino, James J. Klinger, Frank Real, and many, many fine technicians, and to the Academy. Thank you.
I would also like to thank Michael Cimino for his creative suggestions and inspiration during the mix of The Deer Hunter. I'd like to thank the MGM sound and projection personnel for all their help. And I'd like to thank all the members of the Academy for making my greatest aspiration a reality. Thank you.
I'd also like to thank Michael Cimino and Don Bolger and my wife for staying with me in the jungles of Thailand to shoot this picture, and all the members of the Academy. Thank you all very much.
Kind of a rare clip. I know it might have bored some of you, but this is an educational show, and I do want to give justice to Superman, the movie, and I have a very brief clip of Margot Kidder. Got some comments coming in. Sarah's agreeing with John Orchard, saying George Reeves was his favorite Superman. Nothing wrong with that. Opinions are like rear ends. Everyone's got one. There's no right or wrong opinion. Let's play. This is actually only 1 minute and 20 seconds long of Margot Kidder in France talking about working on Superman the movie and her favorite directors.
When did you first had the impression that you were really acting?
Gosh, I don't know. I think that Dick Donner on Superman and Paul Mazursky on Willie and Phil had a lot to do with it. They were the first two directors in my life who actually said to me, "You're very, very good, and you have a great talent, and it's time you stopped pretending that you just stumbled into it." And in that sense, because they gave me a kind of confidence I'd never had, I guess I felt then that I was really acting. Why are we actors? I mean, you know, most actors are pretty shy. And that's why we're doing it. We need the applause, we need the approval, we need something. And you get at last in front of a camera or an audience, you get at last to express something you really feel that you're frightened to express in real life because you're afraid in real life people will reject you. And as an actor, you don't have to worry about people rejecting you. You're acting somebody else. I'm not me, it's Rita. I don't say fuck you, Rita says fuck you. So if you don't like it, really, I'm this sweet little thing. But Rita's tough. You know what I mean?
Sorry about the low audio there. I think that audio might have been a little bit low. Have a few other clips I've got to play. I think this one really... Let me try to play this for you. A little bit of the making of Superman. I think the theme might get me dinged. But this is pretty cool. This is from 1978.
Once upon a time, the art of the movies was to suspend belief. Today, the art is to create belief. One of the greatest challenges in the modern cinema was to make you believe that a man could fly. They succeeded in a film called Superman.
Hello, I'm Christopher Reeve. You know, I was thinking the other day about some of the strange parts that I've played since I started acting as a kid. One time I was the third guard from the left in Cinderella. Another time I played a tree. In Shakespeare's A Winter's Tale I played a bear, as well as lords, officers, attendants, etc. And usually I was the etc. Another time I was a Nazi. And once I had the privilege of being Katharine Hepburn's only grandson. Well, it was on Broadway anyway. But I think that if somebody had ever told me that one day I would dye my hair black and wear red boots and play a man who flies around and lives by the North Pole, I would have had to say, okay, that could be fun. And it was, playing Superman. You know, since the film opened, a lot of people have written in saying, how did you do it? Well, I don't think we should show you everything. You know, I think we should keep a few secrets. But let's go together right now. Let's go back to the beginning of filming in 1977, and let's take a look at how they make a film the size of Superman. And we can meet Marlon Brando and Gene Hackman, Ned Beatty, Valerie Perrine, Margot Kidder, and a lot of the actors and technicians who made the film. You know, Superman's been around for a long time. And the kids who read him in the 30s are nearing retirement age now. But for reasons that aren't very hard to imagine, children have always had a fascination with this character. So I think the thing to do is to start by checking in with the kids of today. Let's see what they think about Superman.
Walks into a telephone booth and... Superman. It must have like a coat hanger or a closet where you can put his costumes and then change. Well, he came from... let's see, Jupiter. When he's wearing his reporter suit, he might have his Superman suit being washed.
He tries to take all the crime out of Earth. I mean, it's the only planet he knows now since Krypton's blown up.
He flies and he saves people. Well, that's it.
When Marlon Brando stepped on the C stage at Shepperton Studios, England, it was a momentous occasion in the history of motion picture, for it marked the beginning of filming one of America's greatest comic strip heroes, Superman. Brando plays Jor-El, the chief scientist of Krypton, who predicted the planet was doomed. Susanna York portrays his wife, Lara. They are the parents of the infant Kal-El, who is later to grow up to become Superman. Under the direction of Richard Donner, they presided over the last days of the doomed planet Krypton. The story was to be recreated in epic proportions over the long shooting period. The plains of Canada served as the great wheat fields of Kansas, where the infant Clark was raised under the care of Ma and Pa Kent. In Pinewood Studios, England, the Daily Planet set has been built in perfect detail. Tons of office equipment is brought in from the United States. The smallest details were used to recreate the frantic and disorganized atmosphere of a modern American newsroom. Mild-mannered Clark Kent became a reporter at the Daily Planet, where he met its traditional occupants, ambitious reporter Lois Lane, the editor Perry White, and young photographer Jimmy Olsen. In the streets of New York, for some high-flying scenes and the exteriors of the Daily Planet. In the foothills of the Rockies, where Superman's archenemy and foe, Lex Luthor, hated, abetted, and annoyed by the clumsy Otis, and the luscious Miss Teschmacher attempts an audacious missile hijack. Back in Pinewood Studios again, to an extraordinary set. The cavern of Lex Luthor, nestled under Metropolitan Grand Central Station. He spares nothing for his own comfort, living in the lap of luxury. In the confines of these studio walls, Arctic wastes seem to stretch far into the horizon. Styrofoam ice floats on water in a tank holding 800,000 gallons of water. Tons of salt were needed to give the impression of snow-swept plains. This caused many problems because of the corrosive effect the salt had on everything. One speck of it could ruin a camera worth thousands of dollars. Technicians had to wear rubber boots as the salt was eating through their leather soles. Carefully placed lamps, dry ice, and smoke were all assembled to create a mystical backdrop to a magical story. Action! Superman, the fictional character who, along with Sherlock Holmes and Tarzan, rank as the three most famous men who never actually existed.
Maniac. Do you really think you could hide it from me by encasing it in lead?
Cut! The story was told to us in 1938. In comic books first, but has been told again and again in cartoons, in books, on radio, on records, in film serials, and on television. It was a bold and risky venture to attempt to put him in a full-length feature film. The idea was the brainchild of a young producer, then still in his 20s, Ilya Salkin.
Give a little bit. But what does he have here?
He persuaded his father, Alexander Salkin, and his co-producer, Pierre Spengler, that they should buy the film rights to the character.
So Pierre Spengler was the guy with the beard you saw right there. And the Salkines, Ilya and Alexander Salkind, the father and son producers, were with him. I'm going to continue this clip. And, this making of special from 78, I'm only going to play another segment of it, 8-minute segment, and that's it. But it's on YouTube. But the whole thing is awesome. It's like an hour long. And the problem is they play clips from the movie. And then the bots on YouTube recognize the movie and they think I'm playing the movie. And so it temporarily suspends the stream. So I'm sorry about that. Let's just play another 8 minutes of the making of, and we're going to start winding down the show. Oh, look, here's some comments coming in. Sarah, my flock, says, yes, you are back. Again, I never go down anywhere else. It's recording and it's on all the other platforms, but YouTube's the only one that's giving me grief. Now, things get muted after the fact on Facebook Live on occasion, but that's all inside baseball. Nobody cares. I do want to play a little bit more of this awesome vintage making of special, which was a primetime television special hosted by Christopher Reeve about the making of Superman the movie as we celebrate the 45th anniversary of the release of Superman the movie and wide released in the USA back on December 15th, 1978.
Fantastic things happen, and he immediately clicked. When Ilya mentioned it, I started reading all the stuff about, and I believed it could be very good as a major film if it will be done right.
With a story by Mario Puzo, the author of The Godfather, and Marlon Brando cast as Jor-El, things began to take shape. Only one problem remained: find an actor to play Superman.
I thought it should be an unknown at the beginning. Now, they all started working on me, and the commercial side said we need a star. After we had Puzo and the director, we need a star. So the movie really goes right to the top. And there's a moment where you weaken, and I said, well, you might be right. So we started looking for stars. And thank God, Redford turned it down.
Dozens of stars and hundreds of unknowns were tested, and none of them were right. They kept coming back to a young man they'd seen earlier in their search, Christopher Reeve. At first, they'd considered him too young and maybe even too skinny, but his mature calm made a continuing impact.
I wore a big, bulky blue sweater because I thought, oh my God, I've got to look stronger, and I knew I was skinny. I'd been sitting around, hadn't been exercising. I mean, I get out and play tennis and stuff, but I don't in any way do body stuff. So I got the biggest Shetland sweater I could find up in my attic and went to this audition with it and sat there sort of trying to look bigger, and everything like that. And it was Ilya Salkind and Dick Donner who were the directors. And all they did, they put a pair of glasses on me, and they sort of looked at me, and we talked about New York and blah, 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 and nothing in particular, and I left.
He got the part. But the problem remained: he was too slim. A padded uniform was prepared for him, but Christopher Reeve was determined to build up his own physique for real.
The point is that when I started, I was a string bean, and Superman's not a string bean. So already on this diet, I eat 4 times a day. I tell you, I'm on a high meat diet, protein diet. vitamin pills, nothing like steroids or anything like that, but I mean, I get to eat as much of as anything that I want, and it's great, you know. The thing is that on this part particularly, you have to start from the outside and work in. You can do all the interior work you want to do, and it's not going to get you to Superman if you don't have the physical strength to go with it. The thing that happens is that the stronger I get, you know, and I'm still not all that strong, but I'm getting there. The stronger I get, the more it helps my mental attitude towards the part. What sets Superman apart is that he has the wisdom to use his power for good. He has all these powers, but he's got the kind of maturity, or he's got the innocence, really, to look at the world very, very simply. And that's what makes him so different. When he says, "I'm here to fight for truth, justice, and the American way," everybody goes, you know, but he's not kidding.
While Superman was getting into shape, so was everything else. The two biggest studios in Britain, housing hundreds of skilled technicians, brought in from all over the world, sprung into action. They faced one of their greatest motion picture challenges ever. Artists had been working for months on drawings that tried to capture this fantastic tale. From the drawings, sets were built so camera angles could be plotted and lighting schemes planned. The actual sets were built by more than 350 construction workers. Most of the sets had to be life-size, employing materials and techniques never used before. In some cases, elaborate models had to be built and had to match perfectly with the life-size sets. All manners of film wizardry were used. Precise lenses with automatic zooms were created. Special camera cranes were built, enabling the model to be photographed from any angle. Camera movement, dramatic lighting, miniature explosions, and breakaway sets were all linked together to electronic consoles, giving it all push-button control from a single vantage point. The whole operation took place under the guiding hand of John Barry, the man who designed Star Wars.
Well, Star Wars is much grittier sort of story. Whereas Superman has a much more poetic element, doesn't it? I mean, there he is in a red cloak and a blue suit and red boots. So it is already much more of a fantasy.
Krypton was the key challenge artistically for the film. In effect, a new society with a unique environment had to be created. The concept of a world of crystal was conceived to everyone's satisfaction. Crystals are both natural and technological, with a special organic quality that suggests they could grow rather than be manufactured.
This is the biggest film stage in the world, and over the next 10 weeks, about 100 people are going to turn it into a magical part of the Arctic where Superman's Fortress of Solitude is. Where I'm standing now will be the sea, a lot of pack ice.
But soon, all the planning and building must end, and the actors take over. Then the pictures become flesh, and there's magic in the air.
My friends, you know me to be neither rash nor impulsive. I'm not given to wild, unsupported statements. And I tell you that we must evacuate this planet immediately.
Marlon Brando, for many, the greatest screen actor in the world.
You know, when I first came on the picture and I heard how much money Marlon Brando was paid for it, I was really upset because I don't think it seemed like much more money than anybody is worth. But then working with him and seeing him on film, to me, he's underpaid.
Everything has a price in the marketplace, and so do cars, so do hula hoops, so do useless endeavors, and I don't suppose that actors are any different than rock bands that inflate balloons from their ears, and that happens to catch on. It's what people want to buy.
Marlon Brando has an unpleasant duty on the planet Krypton. Before the unearthly faces of his fellow judges, he sentences 3 ruthless villains, Ursa, Non, and General Zod, to an eternal living death.
Specific charges listed herein against these individuals, their acts of treason and ultimate aim of sedition. These are matters of undeniable fact.
Although his speeches are quite short, Brando prefers not to memorize them, but to have them written on large cards called cue cards. It's the way he prefers to work.
There's nothing more boring than a director who directs an actor to go to the door and stop and then turn around and say, Martha, goodbye. You know that's going to come. So if you don't know what the words are, but you have a general idea of what they are, then you look at the cue card. It gives you the feeling as the viewer, hopefully, that the person...
So you hear Marlon Brando making excuses for using cue cards. I just love that entire thing. I have that entire special, and it's on YouTube, I bet, in its entirety. But you really learn a lot about the production of the great Superman, the movie. Now, I'm going to try to play a couple more extended scenes. I've had issues tonight where the stream temporarily goes down on YouTube, but also I'm going to play a couple interviews of Richard Donner, and then we're going to wrap the show. Sarah, I can't believe you're still with us. My God, we've gone over 4 hours. You're a troop. You're not a lightweight, just like I'm not a lightweight. I'm very impressed. And I have one other quick clip of Chris Reeve on the Dinah Shore show I'm going to play. So that's all I have on the docket. I already talked about the character actor of the week and the other nostalgic stuff, but I'm going to try to play the earthquake scene. This is more John Williams music, not in the theatrical version, when the missile strikes the San Andreas Fault and Superman sees the explosion from space. That music is so dramatic, and I like the scene better with the music than without it. And in the theatrical version, they just muted it. Let's try to watch this. If the stream goes down, it'll come back up, I hope. I don't own the rights to these clips, these extended clips. I would encourage you to buy this official Warner Brothers release. I've talked about ad nauseum, but I love it. The 3-hour-long TV version is 3 hours, 8 minutes long on Blu Ray. It's under $20, including shipping on Amazon.com, or the 4K theatrical official Warner Brothers release of Superman the movie. So let's watch this extended scene. Let me just check this comment here. What'd she say? Got a phone call. Sorry. Oh, I don't care. You got a life. I need to get a life. No, I'm kidding. All right, let me play. And also I want to mention that in this scene with the there's extended shots of a Girl Scout troop around the Hollywood Hills sign in Hollywood, California. And the earthquake happens and the sign tumbles. And Jim Bowers of CapedWonder.com, for his podcast with this guy, Jay Towers, who's a broadcaster, I think, in Michigan State, they found each of those background actors or featured extras, or I don't know if they weren't principal actors, but all the then girls that were in the Girl Scout troop, he found each and every one of them and mailed them a copy of that extended Blu-ray I'm giving away tonight, which I thought was a class act and quite a feat. And most of these women are now mothers, if not grandmothers. And can you imagine being a kid and filming that scene and expecting to see yourself on the big screen and then the scene's cut? You're going to see it here in just a second. I just love this little moment and some other extended shots of the earthquake along the San Andreas Fault. I think it's just really cool stuff that most of you have not seen. Now, super fans of Superman the movie like myself, it's old hat to you, but I know there's people out there that have never seen it, like Sarah possibly, and I just love this, and you hear that music. So let's start now with this scene, and hopefully I can remain on YouTube Live.
Implied. God. San Andreas.
for a news flash. A military missile has exploded in the Southern Californian desert. The force of the explosion has activated the San Andreas Fault. California is suffering a major earthquake.
I just love that. And Jim Bowers, CapedWonder.com, located each and every one of those then kids in the Girl Scout troop, interviewed them on his podcast with Jay Towers, and sent them Blu-rays so they could see their scene after all these years if they hadn't seen it already. I think that's fantastic. But can you imagine being a little kid and you think you're going to be in the biggest movie of 1978 and they cut your scene? Anyway, thank you, Warner Brothers, for the use of that scene. No rights given or implied. Now I'm going to play the scene that I've talked about earlier, an extended scene where Lex tries to kill Miss Tessmacher. Oh, brother. Hang on a second. I'm going to play this quick scene. Well, I bet I'm down for good now. Let me just see what's going on here. Before I do that, I'm going to play an interview with Chris Reeve on the Dinah Shore Show, and then I better stagger these clips. I think the bots really don't like me when I play these clips. Let me do one quick thing here.
Give me an Anheuser-Busch Natural Light. Just say natural.
You see, you doesn't have to call it Anheuser-Busch Natural Light, and you doesn't have to call it Anheuser Natural, and you doesn't have to call it Busch Natural. Just say natural.
Johnson's right.
Oh, you can call me Ray, or you can call me Jay, or you can
For a great tasting light beer, just say natural.
But you doesn't have to call me Johnson.
2 naturals, please. Please don't ask him his name.
Name? You can call me Ray, or you can call me...
From our friends at Natural Light, wink, wink. I do have a great interview with Richard Donner, and I got to play one other scene. Yeah, the YouTube went down. Let me, I knew I couldn't survive that scene, but I just think it's a fantastic scene, those extended shots. Now, of course, when Superman's lifting the crust of the earth, it's funny how the Hollywood Hills sign becomes erect again. The Hollywood letters go up. I don't know if that would happen, but other than that, I think that's a really cool extended scene, as well as a lot of the other shots that I'm sure those that have only seen the theatrical version of Superman the movie have never seen before. I think those are cool. So, okay, I'm back on YouTube Live. I was just explaining that scene. Let me see. I know, dear. I know, Sarah, but I'm back now. It'll catch up to you in just a sec. Yes, yes. I think I'm at the very end. We're about to sign off. I have a great compilation of scenes from Superman the movie with the Superman theme. I'm going to play at the very end, and that'll probably really get the bots going crazy. But let me find. I'm going to play now the extended scene where Lex Luthor tries to kill Miss Tessmacher. Miss Tessmacher! But I've got to check one little thing first. I'm going to try it right here. Here we go. Here's an extended shot from the end of Superman the movie. It's right before Superman delivers Lex Luthor and Otis to the prison yard, and the warden says, "This country is safe again, Superman. Thanks to you." No, warden, don't thank me. We're all part of the same team. Good night. So I'm going to play this scene right now. There we go.
You can at least send for a tow truck. Ah, golly, Miss Lane. It's too bad Mr. Kent wasn't here to see all this.
Yeah, poor Clark. He's never around when... Clark, wait a minute.
What?
Lois Lane, that is the silliest idea ever.
Let me tell you something, Miss Lane. I think he really cares about you.
Clark, of course he does.
No, not Clark.
Well, Superman cares about everybody, Jimmy. But, who knows, someday, maybe, if he's lucky, he can...
Miss Lane?
Hmm?
Ooh.
Jimmy, my hair! Now.
Ooh, nice. Front page Daily Planet? Oh, gosh. I didn't have any film.
You must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child when you were only starting to go to kindergarten. I'll bet you drove the little boys wild. When it came to winning blue ribbons, bet you showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as he handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Ah, you must have been a beautiful baby, baby.
But Lex, you can't do this to me. Why? Lex, why?
Because I love you, Miss Tessmacher.
Miss Tessmacher.
By the way, Miss Tessmacher, your mother sends her love.
That's a cool extended scene, and shots of that were in the Topps cards from when I was a little kid, and I thought, what scene is that? And another cool thing, if you look at the end credits of the Superman the movie theatrical version, you'll see credits because it was like listed in order of the scenes, grouped in the scenes, and it said golf course. And I thought, wait, what scene is that? And there's a scene I did not play tonight in Superman the movie that is on the Blu Ray that I gave away tonight that Warner Brothers generously released in 2017 that we talked about earlier, where you see the president playing golf on the golf course, and he's informed about the XK-101 rocket going awry. And that was a really cool extended scene. And it explained what that was about. And there are all sorts of actors that were listed, but it wasn't E.G. Marshall. It was a stand-in playing the president in that extended scene from Superman the movie. E.G. Marshall, although Superman 2, the Donner scenes with him were filmed at the same time as Superman the movie, that was not E.G. Marshall in that scene. So now, let's see. I'm going to play a little clip of Richard Donner on Christopher Reeve. Let's go.
The idea of an actor becoming such a popular character like Christopher Reeve in Superman, Sam Jones as Flash Gordon, is that something as an actor that it's really hard to break away from? Because people love you so much as that character?
I'm afraid you're right.
I'm afraid you're right that people, again, we're using the word icon because they became those characters and they were iconic to the world. And it was very hard in the relationship I was involved in, for Christopher to break away from being Superman. In reality, he was a damn good little actor. But people would either compare him to Clark or Superman, or somewhere in his head he was trying to break away from that image. When I cast him, I had seen him in a play off Broadway, or in the Village, actually. I forget the play, almost a summer stock piece, and where I believe he played two characters, one himself, one his grandfather. And he was a wonderful actor, charming actor. If he had never done Superman, I really believe he would have gone on and had a career as a leading man. The fact that he was Superman, I think, held him back in many, many areas. I think it does. The industry says there's a jinx. That's stupid. I don't believe in jinxes. Unless you jinx yourself. But it is a big problem for these actors to get out of that image that I am me. I am an actor. Give me the role, I'll show you. And they get stuck in this thing, and they're compared to it the rest of their lives. It's a strange relationship with the general public.
Verisimilitude, that was his favorite word, verisimilitude, Richard Donner. Now I want to play that scene, or that interview of Chris Reeve on Dinah Shore. I only have a few more clips to show. Almost through with tonight's episode, and then I'm going to close with a really cool montage of scenes from Superman the movie as we celebrate the 45th anniversary of Superman the movie. That's the purpose of tonight's live stream and this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. So just to mix it up, I do have another interview with Donner. I want to play Chris Reeve just to mix it up, and then I have two scenes, cut scenes from Superman 2 that were shot by Richard Donner at the same time as Superman the movie that wound up in Superman 2, The Donner Cut, that was released in 2006 initially on DVD by Warner Brothers, and then later by them on Blu Ray, and hopefully in 4K down the line. But let's listen to Chris Reeve on the Dinah Shore Show. This clip is 4 minutes long, and I can take a little break, but this is really good stuff. I want this to be an educational, over 4-hour show now about the 45th anniversary of Superman the movie. Let's go.
Well, I got to tell you, you heard that welcome?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're in a lot of trouble. All over the world, no matter where you go, your whole life's changed.
Yeah, not yet. I'm just beginning, to feel the effects of it. But up until...
Well, the picture's new.
Yeah, it's brand new and it's just coming out. But up to now, I've been able, to take the subway in New York at rush hour and no one bothers me. I think there's something maybe about New York that's kind of special, that a guy who played Superman, it's just one in a series. They've seen everything in New York, There's nothing. I came out last year. We had to do a scene in New York in which, for the first time, I would have to appear in costume on the street. And I was terribly nervous because I thought this is really going to be a problem. And we were shooting on location on 42nd Street on a hot summer's night, and I thought this would be, really pretty hairy. So they got 3 bodyguards, really strong, mafia type.
Bodyguards.
Absolutely. Bodyguards for Superman, right.
Yeah.
And, complete with the anchors on their arms that says mother and all this kind of stuff, And I'm in my trailer getting ready and all this kind of stuff, and finally they knock on the door and say, okay, we're ready for you, Mr. Reeve. And I'm complete with red cape and the boots and the tights and the black hair and the whole thing, and I open the door, and I come out, and there's nobody there because because Superman in New York, hey, they've seen it, whatever. He's probably on his way to Studio 54.
Or he's been there all evening.
Right.
I read there's a disparity in the articles I've written about it. One I read that you were a bodybuilder to begin with, and then I read that somebody had to build your body.
No, I was asparagus to begin with.
Asparagus.
Yes, really.
Well, how long did it take you to grow into a big stalk?
Into a coat hanger, right? No, what happened was that they liked the idea of me for the part, but I came in and I was very, very thin. I was sort of very tall and slender, and Superman really looks like a large coat hanger, very wide shoulders and a very narrow waist. Sure. And so they said, well, we have fake muscles for you. I said, you've got to be kidding, And I said, no, listen, if I do the part, I'm going to go to the gym and get ready. So I just simply put a poster on the wall of what the man's supposed to look like, and went to the gym and worked out. The initial 15 pounds of muscle weight came in 10 weeks, and the next 15 pounds came over a year. So gradually, if you look very carefully, there's some scenes in the movie where it's, it's the early stages and other things where it's larger.
That's incredible. You can really, if you basically have the frame for it, you can really build that kind of muscle, I suppose that's what...
With the right state of mind and the right coach and the right discipline. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody unless they really had coaching.
Yeah.
Well, how long did it take? A year?
No, the first 15 pounds came in 10 weeks, and the rest of it came over a year. I kept working up until the last day of shooting.
Are you still doing it?
No, I haven't lifted anything heavier than a gin and tonic glass since.
You also said something very interesting about that muscles don't turn to fat.
No, they don't. Yeah. No, and Schwarzenegger, who's the expert, would be the first one to tell you that. It's just you regulate your eating to the amount that you're exercising, and you just simply eat less and exercise less. It's like a rubber band. If you stretch it out of place, when it comes back in, it'll be perfectly normal.
But are your measurements changing now?
Yeah, I'm now going back down. I've lost about 18 pounds. And I'll get back in shape for the sequel.
Interesting, though, another thing that you said if you're in the right frame of mind. Do you mean that you can think big, or that you can think positively that I can build muscles here, and if I eat the right foods, that it really happen, and if you go into a gym thinking that it's not going to happen, it won't?
I think acting, weightlifting, anything you want to do is simply a question of talking yourself into it. There's something about it. How do you play Superman? Well, you do it by just imagining that this is possible. I like that. It had to extend to the flying. That you can't just hang up there on the equipment or on the machinery with the technicians doing all the fakery, and it wouldn't work. They used to put the stuntmen up there to practice, and the director would say, "What's the matter? I don't believe that. That doesn't look like."
God bless the memory of Chris Reeve. He was an inspiration to paraplegics, quadriplegics all over the world, and I just thought the world of the guy, and he deserved a better fate in the end than he got. But he did make a difference for sure. Not just the superficial stuff on the big screen and the small screen, but in real life, he was a definite inspiration, and he inspired stem cell research, which is very, very important, I think. And it really angered me when certain political leaders were against it. And, I don't want to get into that debate. It's not, I'm not this, I'm not anti that. I'm just saying, if there's a way we can get people out of a wheelchair, I'm all for it, as long as it doesn't mean hurting someone else, But anyway, now I'm going to play a deleted scene that Richard Donner shot for the original opening of Superman 2, where Lois jumps out of the window, and this is Ellen Bry doing the stunt of Lois jumping out of the window I talked about earlier. This may do my stream in on YouTube. I don't know. I'm going to try to play it. I don't own this clip. Warner Brothers, please forgive me. I'm going to beg for forgiveness. I'm not making money off of this. This is just to promote the Superman 2 Donner cut, which you have available for sale in the official Warner Brothers release. But I love this scene. We never thought we'd see this footage. I was on a message board, Superman Cinema, Darmish, in the late 90s, early 2000s, along with others, begging to see this footage. And Jim Bowers of CapedWonder.com had black and white pictures of little bits of the lost scenes. And what happened was, I don't think I've explained this yet, reportedly Marlon Brando demanded more money for Superman 2 when Superman the movie was such a runaway hit at the box office, even though he had signed a deal, a 2-picture deal. And so what did the producers do? They just cut him entirely from Superman 2. Even in the summary in the beginning, all you see is his hands when he sends that green crystal to Earth with the super baby on the starship. That's all you saw was a shot of his hands. And then they shot all these great scenes between Chris Reeve and Marlon Brando in the Fortress of Solitude. They reshot with Superman's mom, played by Susanna York. And a long time ago, Jim Bowers sent me this. This is a Comedy Central shot of the Saturday Night Live episode that Chris Reeve hosted. See the Comedy Central bug or logo, if you will? And that was from a lost scene. So we just had little glimpses of things like this all these years. So it was quite a delight when the Donner cut was finally released. And before that, we got word that, oh my gosh, at Pinewood Studios in a vault, they found the footage. They found the 35 millimeter negatives of those cut scenes. Really good stuff. And it's too bad Donner did not finish the scene, a more ingenious scene of where Lois proves that Clark Kent is Superman with a gun instead of jumping into Niagara Falls in the theatrical version of Superman 2. But I digress. Let's just watch, or try to watch on YouTube Live, the scene where Lois jumps out of the window where she's convinced that Clark Kent is Superman in the beginning of Superman 2 in Richard Donner's version.
Jimmy, you got me in trouble now. So long, a big mistake. Next time, don't do that to me. How are you today?
Oh, I'm super.
Morning, Mr. White.
I'm super.
Yeah. Morning. You're late, Kent. I know, I'm sorry, Mr. White. I got stuck in traffic.
Oh, that's no one.
Excuse me?
I mean, as opposed to I was stuck in a phone booth, or I got locked into the men's bathroom, or something like that.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry that I was
You
late.
two want to bicker, that's great. I have just the assignment for you. You're going to pose as a honeymoon couple in Niagara Falls to get an expose on the newlywed racket. Some of those hotels up there are bilking those poor kids for every cent they can get. Real human interest stuff. Make your Aunt Hattie cry her eyes out.
Newlyweds?
That is a great idea, Mr. White.
Excuse me, Mr. White. I'm sorry, but I'm right in the middle of the series on the city council.
I mean, it wouldn't take long. We could just fly right up there and zoom back down again. No? Superman?
Yeah. If he'd give you two a ride, maybe we could save a couple of bucks. I gotta see young Olson. 6 lousy photographs, and that kid's hitting me up for a raise already.
Excuse me, Mr. White. Can I talk to you for a second, sir? Darn. Well, my goodness, you certainly look like the cat who swallowed the canary this morning.
A canary? No, actually, I was thinking of something bigger, something that flies, something more in blue.
Lois, as usual, I'm totally in the dark.
Well, let me just turn on the lights for you then. Get the picture? No, I didn't start to put this together until this morning, which is really strange because a good reporter isn't supposed to let anything slip by her.
Well, that's, very amusing. Excuse me. Yes, sir.
Amusing?
Yes, sir. That's very amusing.
Amusing, huh? Tall, broad shoulders, dark hair. Gotta give you credit. You really had me fooled. And I'm nobody's fool. Superman.
Superman. You mean, you think I'm Superman?
Willing to bet my life on it.
Lois, you are priceless. Really. I mean, that is the single most ridiculous thing I've ever... Lois, what are you doing?
You wouldn't let me die, Superman.
Ellenbry takes a tumble. And I love that scream. And, you know, it had the same look of Donner as opposed to the scenes in Superman 2 that Lester shot. You know, you could tell when it was a Donner scene, like in Don's Diner, the way Lois looked, Margot Kidder, the way Reeve looked as Clark Kent and Superman. They looked the same as they did in the first movie because they were shot at the same time back in 77. Now, here's another brief scene from Donner's version of Superman 2. This is the only scene with Marlon Brando and Margot Kidder together, and this gives me chills every time. And I'm sorry that the clip was so low that we just watched, by the way. But this is really cool stuff. It's chilling when you see the hologram of Jor-El stare down, the look of disgust to Lois Lane. And Lois Lane has this backwards walk of shame, but he just has this look of disapproval, more like disapproval than disgust. I take that back. But let's watch this little moment. I just love it. I never thought I'd see it. I mean, for years, us fan geeks of Superman the movie who knew about the Donner stuff for Superman 2 never thought it would come to light. It was so cool when it finally did. Let's watch.
Yet you've returned to reason with me once again. My son, I have tried to anticipate your every question. This was one I'd hoped you would not ask.
My attachment, the feelings which I have developed for a certain human being have deeply affected me, Father.
You cannot serve humanity by investing your time and emotion in one human being at the expense of the rest. The concepts are mutually exclusive.
And if I no longer wish to serve humanity,
is this how you repay their gratitude? By abandoning the weak, the defenseless, the needy for the sake of your selfish pursuits.
selfish? After all I've done for them? Will there ever come a time when I've served enough? At least they get a chance for happiness. I only ask as much, no more.
Yours is a happiness. The fulfillment of your mission, the inspiration you must have felt. You must have felt that happiness within you. My son, surely you cannot deny that feeling.
No, I cannot. Any more than I can deny the other, which is stronger in me, Father. So much stronger. Is there no way then, Father? Must I finally be denied the one thing in life which I truly desire?
If you will not be Kal-El, if you will live as one of them, love their kind as one of them, then it follows that you must become one of them. This crystal chamber has in it the harnessed rays of the red sun of Krypton. Once exposed to them, all your great powers on Earth will disappear. Forever. Once this is done, there's no going back. You will feel like an ordinary man. And you can be harmed like an ordinary man. Think of that. I beg you.
Father, I love her.
Think of that.
I just love that. When Marlon Brando as Jor-El stares at Lois Lane and she backs away. That's dramatic stuff. And they obviously reshot that with Susanna York as Laura, Superman's mother, for Superman 2, the theatrical cut. And they scrapped all of that over money because the Brando estate, or Marlon Brando, when he was still alive, wanted more money. And then when he passed away, I guess they could work it out and release that footage. Man, that's just really dramatic stuff. You could tell there was a double for Chris Reeve in that scene, and when Lois jumped out of the window, you see Clark saying, "Lois, what have you done?" You can tell by the voice that was a shot they didn't complete back in 77 that they later did in 2005, 2006 for the Donner cut release for home video. And you saw a double going into the chamber in that one shot when he lost his powers there. But I'm not going to play the scene where he gets his powers back. In case you haven't seen Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut, I don't want to ruin all the surprises. I want you to order that from Warner Brothers at Amazon. If you're a super fan like I am. I'm a super freak. I'm super freaky. Yeah. But I think I just have two other clips I want to play. Richard Donner interview. And then we're going to sign off. At long last, my God, I've gone 4 hours, 37 minutes. Another marathon-length show. But I never played this. Let me just play a little bit of the theme. This is not the real version of the theme. This is a reorchestration of the Superman the movie theme by the great John Williams. Cool stuff, I think. Anyway, now I want to play... Oh, God, it's like the clip show, isn't it? One little bit with Richard Donner, and then I'm going to sign off. My real sign-off And then my fake sign off, which is the Superman the movie traditional theme with scenes from the movie that I think will get the stream shut down. So I'm going to do it at the very, very end. I really appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate everyone who played trivia. Again, if you want a prize tonight, simply email goldar3@aol.com, goldar3@aol.com. And I'll mail those to you directly. I'm going to be mailing things out tomorrow as we're live. And I want to say thanks also to Cape Wonder. I mentioned him again, Jim Bowers, who used to live here in Atlanta. I used to know him pretty good. And I used one of his 16 millimeter clips earlier of the second trailer. And, you know, I didn't play the third trailer. This is the way he looked. He had probably still does, a John Newton Superman costume. That's the way he looked when I knew him in the 90s here. I didn't want to put that on the screen in case he was embarrassed or whatever. I didn't want to. But I remember him saying to me, one day we're going to see the lost Richard Donner Superman 2 footage. It'll be in a box set. I can see it now. Black with a silver S, and it'll say the Donner cut. And damn it, we did see it one day. It really happened. Let's see. Wally's World 420 says, "What the flock?" That's one of, I guess it's over. I still got a couple more things, but you may not be a super fan, so I don't know how much you appreciate Richard Donner. I really appreciate him. He's gone now, but his movies live on. Lethal Weapon, The Goonies, even Conspiracy Theory Superman and Superman 2. So many great films he did and TV work. He even directed episodes of Gilligan's Island, for goodness sakes, in season 1, the black and white season of Gilligan's Island, and other television shows. But let me just make sure there's not another clip that I forgot to play. There was one other trailer. Yes, I wanted to play the final trailer. This will probably get me. I'll save that for the end. I have the Superman the movie final trailer, which is the best trailer. I have that on film as well, my film collection. I better wait on that. Let's just listen to a little bit of Richard Donner talking about Superman the movie.
Casting the movie. I understand. There's some mention in the commentary that they were looking at Paul Newman, Robert Redford, which sounds hilarious to me.
It is.
How can you talk about some of the possibilities and how that was handled and how you managed to get the man you got?
Well, that was before I came on board.
I see.
They were preparing this film for 2 years. But when I came on board, I wanted an unknown because I thought it'd be pretty tough convincing an audience to see Redford in a Superman suit flying. Not that he's not a great actor, but that then I figured an unknown could make it work. So for me, it was pretty simple. The casting was tough, but it was pretty simple, the idea that somewhere out there. And when we met Chris Reeve, you'd never think of him as Superman because he was 20-some-odd or 30-some-odd pounds lighter than he was when he played the role. Right. And he had kind of a honey brown hair and everything. But he was an actor, and he convinced me that he could play
Brando aboard, and I understand Chris Reeve was dying to do a line with Mr. Brando. Talk about a little bit about that relationship, Will.
Oh, well, Chris Reeve was a very special. Forgetting the fact he was an actor, he was really a special kid, special guy. I loved him. He was a very good friend, a very genuine, honest person, and of course, as an actor, I was as starstruck working with Brando as anybody else, and Chris wanted to have, a scene with Brando, and I forget what it was. Well, we did some. I'm known for putting people on and having laughs, and it usually loosens up a set and gets rid of tensions. And I forget what we did with Chris. There was something that he had to do with Marlon. It was one line, and
is it "Who Am I?" Right?
Yeah, "Who Am I?" or something, and we told Marlon all about it, and I think Marlon stopped. He looked at Chris and said, "Is that way you're going to read it?" And Chris went, "Boy," and of course it was a put on.
He put you on too, though, didn't he? In the first
Brando?
meeting, yeah, when you guys went to talk about the character.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's long. That I was warned Brando was tough, and his toughness was simple. That if he convinced me that he didn't have to be in the movie, but he would be paid for it anyway. That's the way he liked to work. And I was a wonderful man named Jay Cantor, who was a wonderful producer and studio exec, and ran a big agency, I feel, but he was Brando's agent. He warned me of this, and then Coppola also warned me. He said, Marlon loved to talk, and he said he's very bright, and if you really listen, if there's anything adversarial, he'll talk himself out of it. And so between Jay's advice and Marlon's advice and Francis's, I was pretty much prepared for. But when the time came, he threw me even. He was brilliant. He could really, if he could convince you that his character could be a green suitcase or a bagel, and you would photograph that bagel, he wouldn't have to come to work, but he would come in for the voiceover somewhere at his pleasure. But it ended up a delightful guy. Wonderful, very funny, very bright, very witty, very well read. Delight to work with.
How difficult was it to get the Salkinds?
Sorry?
How difficult was it to get the Salkinds to agree? And in the extra features,
The who?
the Ilya Salkind, the Salkind.
Salkind, I know the name. Look, at a given point, I was making a different movie than they wanted to, so we didn't get along that well. You just kind of persevered.
When did that relationship begin to go south? Was there a point during production or pre-production where that relationship with the Salkinds began to go south? Or was it a pivotal thing, or was it a kind of slow progression?
No, it was kind of obvious from them. I think Ilya wanted to make a movie. I think his father and everybody involved that they had brought in production-wise, I mean, they wanted to make a movie, but they wanted to save every single penny they could and not spend it. And you don't make a movie of that sort at that time, pre-computers, everything, where we had to have the money to do things. So in the very beginning, the fallout started with what I wanted to do, and I would find they had production guys that I would say, in pre-production, have something organized, and I'd go to do it, and it was changed, and I would go ballistic that they had changed it without my knowing. And so that it kind of started at the beginning.
The commentary is a constant referral to you smashing. I assume those were some of those phone calls, perhaps.
It was just always a handy thing around. I'm anything but a temperamental guy. And but I was ready to walk out so many times I can't tell you. But I couldn't abandon it. But it was tough. It was tough. Yeah, the phones took the penalty of my temperament. A lot of them hit the walls. Flip. Just flipped your flip.
Cool. Now I want to play 2-minute clip of some music. This is the Neil Norman 1978 version of the Superman theme. This is more of a rocking version. This is the version Paul Schaefer would do on Late Night with David Letterman in the 80s, and like the early mid-80s, when Chris Elliott would do a bit where he's supposed to be Marlon Brando, and he'd show up looking all overweight and drunk or whatever. And Paul Schaefer would choose this version, the Neil Norman version, as I show you some things that are not in the camera range in my collection. Just 2 minutes of music. Let's listen to this real quick, and I'll show you some collectibles on the camera. Those that are watching, if you're listening at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, or on Apple or Spotify after the fact, or TuneIn or Podbean, I direct you to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, if you want to see this. Just look for Superman the Movie 45th Anniversary Trivia, and you'll see a picture of Chris Reeve as Superman flying around with the words 3-hour-long TV version in a circle, and you'll know you're in the right place. But let's listen to this. I'll show you some collectibles, just 2 minutes worth. these are the prizes, some of the prizes that were awarded tonight. 5 cards per pack from 1978. Topps cards. I forgot to hold those up. And we had several winners. Just email goldr3@aol.com. I'll mail those out to you tomorrow, or definitely tomorrow I'm making a run. But if I haven't heard from you tomorrow, then I'll mail them out as soon as I do hear from you. But what's cool about these cards, there's little facts on the back about production of the movie. Like here, I'll read one. Smallville, this tiny community exists somewhere in the Midwestern heartland. It is here where young Clark Kent, actually the child from the stars, spent his boyhood years and learned about the virtues of honest living. He remained in Smallville until the death of his foster father, Jonathan Kent, when he was 18 years of age in Earth time. And some of these cards had deleted scenes. I've already said that. Here's a deleted shot of Eve Tessmacher and Lex Luthor. Later, he says to her when she comes on to him and he's trying to plan his scheme to explode the San Andreas Fault. This card says on the back, the musical score for Superman the movie is extremely popular, based on the record-breaking sales of the soundtrack album. The song Can You Read My Mind, performed by Margot Kidder in the film, will probably be nominated in the Best Song category during the next Academy Awards ceremony. Let me just see if there's any other factoids. These are all claimed from someone else. These are no longer mine, but they're extra doubles that I have. They're mint condition, though. Look at the set of Krypton, a little behind the scenes. Look with the chair right there. Whose chair is that? That is Richard Donner. Now, the back of this card says Ursa. She is one of the 3 diabolical villains sentenced to the Phantom Zone. By the way, you never heard Phantom Zone in the theatrical version of Superman the movie. You heard it in the extended version where Jor-El is threatened to be imprisoned for all eternity in the Phantom Zone, which you yourself discovered by one of the elders played by Trevor Howard. But this card says Ursa. She is one of the 3 diabolical villains sentenced to the Phantom Zone by the elders of Krypton for crimes committed against her society. Although a beautiful woman, Ursa is the embodiment of evil. According to Jor-El, quote, according to Jor-El, who condemned her to the mysterious Phantom Zone, she possesses, quote, a perverse hatred for all humanity. All mankind, actually, is the line. And I thought that would have been something interesting to explore. Why does she hate men? There was a cut line in Superman 2 by Donner. I don't have the clip, but it's an extended line when they're on the moon. And they just destroyed the NASA craft, and the Soviets, the little joint set up on the moon. And, you know, the line that is in the theatrical cut of Superman 2, in a Donner scene, General Zod says, and we will go there too, to rule. Finally, to rule. Cut. And then it goes on, and Zod turns to Ursa and says, and you will have everything you want. And she gets up and she goes, men to kill. And then in the whole movie, in extended scenes and theatrical, she's always attacking men, kicking them in the face, and she's taking like the badges of authority off of men. I wish they'd explored, and maybe James Gunn will, in the new Superman, what happened to her. Some man messed her up. And then there's a cut scene in Superman 2, not shot by Donner, where this kid's escaping on a horse, and Non picks up a siren he pulled off that police car, hurls it at the kid, hits him in the back of the head as he's fleeing on a horse, and kills him. And that was the Lester scene. But I thought it would have been more interesting if Ursa had done that. Since it was explained when she's sentenced to the Phantom Zone by Jor-El, she's threatened even the children of the planet Krypton. I'm like, what the hell is that all about? That was never really explained or explored. Here's another card from a winner tonight. Everyone gets a set of 5 cards. It says, Jackie Cooper, who plays Perry White in Superman the movie, talks about his role. Well, he's passionate about the business and has a 6th sense for news. He likes Clark Kent and thinks he's a first-rate reporter. He just wishes Clark Kent had more guts, like Superman. Here's another card from the winter stack I will mail out. And there's some notes on here. The role of Jor-El is pivotal, says director Richard Donner. It sets the tone, the style, the mood of Superman the movie. We wanted the best actor we could find, and we were fortunate to land possibly the best actor in the world. And unquote. The actor Mr. Donner is referring to, of course, is Marlon Brando. Okay, now this shot was on the cover of Us magazine. If you go to Caped Wonder, I keep promoting and plugging his site, but it's the best for Christopher Reeve Superman. It just is. He specializes in that. He put a cover up a couple days ago of Us magazine from 1978, and it used this image from that card right there. Let me see here. I'll just show some of these images. Let's see. I'm going to go through all of these real quick. I don't know if I do all of them, but this is really boring for the listener, I know. This is a cool shot of the Phantom Zone. The villains in the Phantom Zone. I think that's really cool. Now, this shot of Clark Kent, it's similar to one of Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker. They always would have like the white background in these publicity stills of this point in time in the late 1970s that I saw on many cards. Just show. Now, this is from an extended scene with Larry Hagman in a cameo, not as himself, but as a character, as a commander. And they're trying to steal the missile, right? And so the ambulance is flipped over. You saw that in the theatrical cut. Well, the scene continues. And Lex Luthor says to Miss Tessmacher, "You've done very well." "I've done very well. I said that." Anyway, that little scene there. That's an extended scene. And here's a nice shot of director Richard Donner. He was in his 50s when he made Superman the movie. And let me see. Let me just quickly go through these. Just as proof that I have real prizes, along with the Blu-rays I'm giving out. Here's Jeff East. We talked about him earlier as the young Clark Kent in Superman the movie. Here's a shot of Sarah Douglas as Ursa, who hates men. Even boys, I guess. Oh, boy. So just some of the cards. And there's one white border card that I held up that I'm giving away of Lois Lane, an early card. Let me look at comments real quick. I just can't tear myself away. Danny, you're still out there, my brother from South Carolina. I can't believe I haven't bored you to tears by now. I can't believe Sarah's out there. You've been along all 5 hours. Oh, my God, I've gone over the 5-hour mark. I got to wrap it up here. Let's see if there's... Yeah, I'm going to play my real opening and then my phony opening, or, the opening I think will be a problem with the bots. Let me just make sure I haven't skipped anything. I will say this. If not, I'll play the trailer, the best trailer of Superman the movie right now, which I think also will be an issue because of the music in it and the scenes. But if not for the success of Superman the movie, you would not have had the MCU. I said this at the beginning of the show 5 hours ago. You would not have the Marvel Comics cinematic universe. You certainly wouldn't have had this movie by Warner Brothers about 11 years after the release of Superman the movie.
Vicky Vale.
Hi. Bruce Wayne.
And what do you do for a living?
I'd like you to handle this operation personally. Me?
Nice outfit. Hold on a second. I can't make it then either. I've got a very important meeting today.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me, man! What are you?
Lieutenant, is there a 6-foot bat in Gotham City?
Alfred, let's go shopping.
Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker.
I feel a little drunk. And you're not anything.
Hey, one drink and I'm flying.
Winged freak terrorizes. Wait till they get a load of me.
What a great trailer. Now, here's the final trailer to promote Superman the movie. And at the very beginning, you're going to hear music from Planet of the Apes. I already explained that earlier, why that's in there. Because Jerry Goldsmith was going to score Superman the movie, and then it went to John Williams because Jerry Goldsmith was busy working on scoring the music for Star Trek, the motion picture, and other projects. But here's the final trailer. It's 2 minutes, 39 seconds long for Superman the movie. And if the stream goes down, good night, everybody.
My friends, I'm not given to wild, unsupported statements. And I tell you that we must evacuate this planet immediately.
Jor-El, be reasonable.
Once there was a civilization, much like ours, but with a greater intelligence, greater powers, and a greater capacity for good. Tragic moment, that world was destroyed. But there was one survivor.
Now, wouldn't that beat all get out?
Because of the wisdom and compassion of Jor-El, because he knew the human race had the capacity for goodness, he sent us his only son. His name is Kal-El. He will call himself Clark Kent. But the world will know him as Superman. This year, Superman brings you the gift of flight. Superman, the movie.
Wow. Happy 45th birthday to Superman the movie. One of the best movies of all time, in my opinion. You saw a little Kal-El's wee-wee there. I hope that's not going to be an issue. It's been an issue before with bots on Facebook. Oh, dear. I forgot that little shot was in there, but hopefully it won't be a problem. We've got now, as we conclude, I guess I'll just say goodnight, but I'm going to come back really and play scenes from the movie as we listen to the real version of Superman the movie by John Williams. I'm sure it'll get the stream knocked off of YouTube Live, but I'll try to put it back up, because sometimes you can play things after it's live that you can't when it's live, and vice versa. And I am recording through my streaming software, but let me play now just the conclusion. Thanks for watching, everybody, but I'll be right back. Have a great week. This is the Nostalgic Podblast. I'm your host, Chance Bartels. Thanks for watching. here's the after show. Hey, Sarah. Now I'm going to try to play the final clip, the one I think that'll be the most objectionable with the bots. And then I'll just fade off into nothing. But we'll see you next time. I may do a show Sunday with the boys, Al and Tom, about Christmas movies at Al's studio, Sunday at 3:30 Eastern Time. So I just want to mention that. And email me, goldr3@aol.com, where you want me to mail the prizes, right? The cards. And always watch it. If you haven't seen it, please, I've said this 20 times now, the 3-hour long TV version in CinemaScope, widescreen, on Blu Ray, by Warner Brothers, of Superman the movie is the best version to see. You should at least see it for all those extra scenes. 3 hours and 8 minutes. Watch it in installments if you have to. If you don't have 3 hours to spare, watch an hour and a half at a time or whatever. It's worth it. Trust me. And then get from Warner Brothers the 4K version of the theatrical Superman the movie and Richard Donner's The Donner Cut of Superman 2 on Blu Ray or DVD, but Blu Ray would be best. Hopefully it'll be out on 4K soon. So here, let's celebrate the 45th anniversary of Superman the movie, released December 15th, 1978, which was a Friday, just like it's a Friday this year. December 15th fell on a Friday in 2023. You're probably listening in 2024 or beyond. Maybe after I'm dead, you're listening and watching this show. I don't know. But I'm glad you were here live and after the fact, appreciate you. Now let's try to watch this together and see if the bots will be forgiving. Good night.